My child, stop what you are doing, for you and I need to talk right now. Set everything else aside and listen closely, because I am not speaking to a crowd in this moment. I am speaking to you. I have watched what you have been enduring, and I never wanted your trials to press you this hard. But the enemy has pushed too far, and I will not stand back any longer. I am stepping in, and I have made a very serious decision about your life. Hear these words all the way to the end, because near the end I will place a key in your hands. It is the key to the rescue you have been begging me for. If you turn away too soon, you will walk past the door I'm about to open. So quiet your mind, open your heavy heart. Stay with me until the last word has been spoken. This is not an ordinary moment, and these are not ordinary words. A decree has gone out from my throne concerning your future, and it cannot be recalled. I have weighed every hidden battle you fought when no one else was in the room. I have heard every question you whispered into the dark when you believed you were alone. You were never alone. I was closer than the breath in your chest. But before I tell you what I have decided, I must warn you about something, and I need you to receive it with a steady heart. There is a scheme moving quietly near your home. Someone you have trusted has been listening to a voice that is not mine. Plans have been whispered behind closed doors, plans that touch your peace, your place, and what I have given into your keeping. I am not telling you this to frighten you. I am telling you because I see what is hidden, and nothing planned in darkness escapes my sight. Do not try to guess the name. Do not turn your mind into a courtroom. That is not your assignment. Your assignment is to draw close to me, because I am your defender, and I alone see the whole picture. The ones who plot in secret believe they are clever. They do not know that I have already read every page of their plan, and I have already written its ending. My decision did not come from anger. It did not come from impatience. It was born from my deep and unshakable love for you, and from the purpose I wrote into your life long ago. I stood beside you in the bitter seasons when you thought I was far away. I turned aside dangers you never saw coming. I held your mind together when the weight of life pressed down on you like a stone. Now, the time has come for me to act in a way that will leave no doubt, in you or in anyone who watches you, that I am with you and I am for you. What I have decided will shift the ground beneath your path. It will close doors that were never meant to hold you, doors that kept you circling through worry and lack. It will open doors you believed were sealed forever. It will separate you from what drains you and carry you into the places you were made for. I do not speak these words lightly. I speak them so your heart can be ready for the change. I know how tired you are. I know about the smile you wear so others will not worry, and the questions you carry when the house goes quiet at night. You have been running on almost nothing for a long time. Hear me, my child. You do not have to hold everything together anymore. Drop your shoulders. Breathe out slowly. I am taking the heavier end of the load, and I will not let it fall. You have walked through fire, and though you cannot see it in yourself, you came out of the flames stronger and wiser than you went in. You faced battles that would have flattened others. Yet here you are, still breathing, still listening, still reaching for me. That reaching, fragile as it sometimes felt, moved heaven more than you know. Faith the size of a seed is still faith, and I honor it. The season of silence is over. I was never absent in that silence, but I know how long it felt to you. Now I am speaking plainly, and I will keep speaking as you walk forward. I am taking what the enemy meant to break you, and turning it into the strongest proof of my goodness that the people around you have ever seen. Your losses will not write the final line of your story. I will write it, and my hand does not tremble. So this is where we begin. A warning, so you will watch. A decision, so you will hope. And a promise, so you will stand. In the words that follow, I will show you how to guard your home, how to release what poisons you, and how to walk into what I have prepared. I will also show you the one thing you must surrender before the door swings open. Listen with your whole heart, for every word from here forward is part of your deliverance. Do not measure what I am saying by what your eyes can see today. The room around you looks the same. The troubles look the same. But in the unseen realm, everything has already started to move. Orders have gone out. Help is being gathered. Paths are being cleared while you sit and listen. What I decree does not wait for circumstances to agree with it. Circumstances bend to my word, and my word has gone out concerning you. If you believe that I am speaking to you in this very hour, answer me now. Declare your amen, and let it stand as your agreement with heaven. Now let me speak more about your home, because your home is not just walls and a roof. It is the ground I planted you on. It is the place where I have met you in the early mornings and the late hours. It is where prayers have soaked into the floorboards, and where I have covered you while you slept. When the enemy aims at your home, he is not aiming at furniture. He is aiming at your rest, your inheritance, and the quiet place where you and I speak. The one who schemes against you does not act alone. Another has joined them, someone you would not expect, someone whose loyalty you never thought to question. I tell you this not to plant suspicion in every face you meet, but to move you toward me instead of toward panic. When I reveal a danger ahead of time, it is always so my child can pray instead of stumble. Warnings from my mouth are mercy wearing a stern voice. So here is what I ask of you. First pray, and not with borrowed words. Pray with your whole heart. Walk through your home, room by room if you are able, and speak my name over each one. Say aloud, this home belongs to the Lord. This ground is holy. No plan formed against this house will stand. When you speak those words in faith, you are not performing a ritual. You are agreeing with what I have already established, and your agreement matters in the unseen world. Picture my protection the way my servant Elisha's helper finally saw it, when his eyes were opened and the hills were full of horses and chariots of fire. What surrounded that servant surrounds you. My hosts stand at your doors. My presence fills your rooms like light that has no shadow in it. Nothing unclean passes that guard without my permission, and I have not given it. Second, stay watchful, but do not become afraid. There is a difference between a soldier on the wall and a prisoner of dread. The soldier watches with steady breath because he trusts the one who set him there. The prisoner jumps at every sound because he believes he is alone. You are not alone, so watch like the soldier. Notice what your spirit notices. A change in someone's tone, an odd insistence, a kindness that feels rehearsed, a question that reaches for information it has no reason to need. These small signals are not accidents. They are my quiet nudges, teaching you to discern. Do not confront anyone in anger. Do not announce what you know. Do not gather allies for a battle I never assigned you. If action is needed in the natural world, I will show you plainly. Tend to the simple, wise things. Secure what should be secured. Be careful what you tell, and to whom. Guard your words the way a wealthy man guards his storehouse, for loose words have opened more gates to the enemy than broken locks ever did. Third, keep your heart clean while I work. This may be the hardest thing I ask. Do not let bitterness take root against the ones moving in the shadows. Bitterness feels like armor, but it is a leak in your walls. When you release them into my hands, you are not excusing what they have done. You are refusing to carry poison on my behalf. Vengeance is mine. Justice is mine. I have never once lost a case I chose to judge. I want you to understand why this attack has come now, at this exact season. The enemy does not waste effort on people going nowhere. He watched the same thing I watched, the decree going out over your life, and he panicked. This scheme against your home is not proof that you are cursed. It is proof that you are positioned. He hopes to shake your foundation before your new season arrives, because he knows that if you stay planted in your place, in your peace, and in your faith, you will become a wall he cannot climb. So do not read this trouble as abandonment. Read it as confirmation. Storms gather around houses that are about to be filled. And remember what I did in the days of Job, when the accuser had to ask permission before he could touch anything, and even then a boundary was set that he could not cross. No hand moves against you without passing my throne first, and my throne does not sleep. Some nights you may feel a heaviness in a certain room, an unease you cannot explain. Do not brush it aside and do not fear it. Stand in that place and pray. Speak my promises out loud until the air itself feels different. Your voice, joined with my word, carries authority you have barely begun to use. What you bind on earth is bound in heaven. What you loose on earth is loosed in heaven. Bind the scheme. Loose my peace. Then sleep, because the watch does not depend on your eyes staying open. It depends on mine, and mine never close. I also ask you to be still at some point each day, even briefly. The enemy's plan needs noise to survive. My plan is revealed in quiet. In the stillness I will drop understanding into your spirit, sometimes as a thought that arrives with unusual peace, sometimes as a dream, sometimes as a knowing you cannot trace. Write down what I show you if you can. Not every impression is mine, but you will learn my voice the way a sheep learns its shepherd, by walking with me daily, not by straining in a crisis. My child, the ones who plot believe they are moving toward victory. They are actually walking toward exposure. Every hidden agreement will come into the light. Every lie will unravel from the inside. You will not need to lift a finger to make it happen. Your part is faith, prayer, and a guarded, forgiving heart. My part is everything else, and I have never failed at my part. If you trust me to stand watch over your home and your life, speak it now. Say aloud, I rest under your protection, Lord, and let those words settle over your house like a covering. Now let me open my heart about the decision itself, because you deserve to know what has been settled concerning you. I have decided to end the long season of barely holding on. I have decided that the weight you have carried has reached its limit, and that the next stretch of your road will look nothing like the last one. I am not patching the old life. I am building something new, from the foundation upward. This decision will deliver you, but deliverance is only the beginning. A prisoner set free at the gate still needs somewhere to go. So I am not only bringing you out, I am bringing you in. Into rest for your worn-out heart, into strength for your battered spirit, into rooms I furnished for you before you ever knew their names. The same voice that said, "Let there be light," has said, "Let there be a new season for my child," and creation itself makes way when I speak. But hear me carefully. A decision of this size comes with an invitation, and the invitation is trust. Not the careful, half-guarded trust you have offered before, with one hand on my promise and one hand on your backup plan. I'm inviting you into open-handed trust, the kind Abraham showed when he walked toward a land he had never seen. the kind the widow of Zarephath showed when she baked the last of her flour for my prophet first, and her jar refused to run empty from that day on. That kind of trust always shows itself in what the hand releases. Fear grips. Faith releases. Fear counts what is left. Faith counts on me. You have lived a long time under the quiet teaching of lack, the voice that says there will never be enough. Hold on, protect yourself, because no one else will. That voice sounds sensible, but it is a chain. I am breaking it today, and I will ask you to help me break it, because chains of the heart are broken by acts of the will. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart settle again, and let me keep unfolding what this decision means. There are doors closing behind you, even now. Do not mourn them. Some of those doors led to rooms where your spirit grew smaller every time you entered. Some led to tables where you were tolerated but never valued. Some led to work that ate your years and gave you crumbs. I closed them because I love you, the way a father pulls a child back from a road. Not to punish the child, but because he sees what is coming faster than small eyes can. And there are doors opening that you have not dared to imagine. I will not describe them all now because you would not believe me yet. And that is all right. Belief will grow as you walk. What I will tell you is this: the new doors match the person you have become in the fire, not the person you were before it. You could not have carried this next season earlier. Now you can. That is not flattery. That is the judgment of the one who weighs hearts. I also want to speak to the resentment that has tried to wrap itself around you. You have been let down by people who should have stood by you. You have swallowed disappointments that no one ever apologized for. You have given help that was forgotten before the week ended. I saw every one of those moments, and I am not asking you to pretend they did not happen. I am asking you to hand me the record, because as long as you hold the record, you are the judge, and the judge can never leave the courtroom. Hand it to me and walk out into the sunlight. Court is my burden now. Stop replaying the old scenes, the conversation you wish had gone differently, the choice you would give anything to take back, the person who walked away. Every hour spent in yesterday is an hour stolen from the road I have set before you today. I am not leading you backward, so there is nothing for you in that direction but echoes. When the memories rise, and they will, do not fight them with clenched teeth. Simply turn and speak to me. Say, Lord, that belongs to you now. Then take one step forward, any step, and I will meet you in it. There is a spiritual law woven into this transition, and I want you to understand it plainly. New wine is not poured into old wineskins, or the skins burst and the wine is lost. Before I pour, I prepare the vessel. That is what this whole conversation is. I am preparing you. The releasing, the forgiving, the trusting, the watching, these are not chores I invented to delay your blessing. They are the stretching of the vessel, so that when the wine comes, nothing is wasted and nothing breaks. So do not despise the instructions that feel small. Naaman almost missed his healing because the command to wash in the Jordan seemed too plain for a man of his rank. The widow, gathering jars, was told to borrow more than seemed reasonable, and the oil flowed exactly as far as her obedience did. It is the same with you. The size of what I pour will follow the size of what you prepare. Prepare largely. Expect largely. I am not a god of thimbles. I am the God of the open heavens, and I have decided that it is your time to stand under them. Let me teach you now about the two voices that will compete for your attention in the days ahead, because recognizing them will save you from many wounds. The first voice is fear. Fear speaks quickly and loudly. It rushes you. It paints the worst ending to every story and calls the painting wisdom. It says, act now before it is too late. And then it says, it is already too late. Why act at all? Fear contradicts itself constantly, because its purpose is not to guide you. Its purpose is to exhaust you. My voice is different. I do not rush my children. Even my warnings come wrapped in steadiness. When I speak, there is weight without panic, urgency without chaos. My voice makes you want to pray. Fear makes you want to spiral. My voice brings a path. Fear brings a maze. Learn this difference and test every thought against it. Whatever drains your strength before you have taken a single step did not come from me. The enemy knows he cannot cancel what I have decreed, so he has shifted his aim. If he cannot stop the blessing, he will try to make sure you are too distracted to walk in it. Watch for this. Sudden, urgent troubles that demand your whole mind and dissolve into nothing. Old temptations returning in new clothing. Even good things, busy things, helpful things, arriving at exactly the wrong time, all of them tugging at your attention like children pulling at a sleeve. Distraction is his last weapon. Do not hand him your focus, for your focus is the doorway your faith walks through. Now I must go deeper into the matter of forgiveness, because it guards everything else. I told you to release the ones who plotted against you. I know what that costs. Betrayal from a stranger bruises. Betrayal from a friend cuts to the bone, because they used a key you gave them. David knew this pain when he wrote that it was not an enemy who reproached him, for that he could have endured, but his companion, the one he had walked with in good company. Joseph knew it when the brothers who shared his father's table sold him to strangers and sat down to eat. But watch what Joseph understood by the end. Standing before those same brothers with all the power in Egypt at his fingertips, he said, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to save many people alive." He did not deny the evil. He simply saw a larger hand at work above it. I am asking you to borrow Joseph's eyes before you have Joseph's vantage point. Trust now what you will see plainly later, that even this betrayal is being bent into the shape of your promotion. Forgiveness does not mean you open your door again to those who broke your trust. Wisdom and forgiveness walk together. You can release a person from your bitterness and still release them from your table. What I am removing from your life, do not chase. Some people were appointed to a season, and the season has ended. Let the tide take what the tide brought. Those who belong to your future will not need to be begged to treat you well. Be discerning as well with what you share in this season. Joseph told his dreams to brothers who could not bless them, and it cost him years. Not everyone who asks how you are doing is gathering material for prayer. Some are gathering material. Guard the tender things I have spoken to you. Carry them quietly, the way Mary carried what the shepherd said, pondering it in her heart. There will be a right time to speak, and I will make it obvious. Until then, let your progress be silent and your peace be loud. I want to talk also about your mind, because the battle over your home is small compared to the battle over your thoughts. The enemy would gladly trade every scheme against your house for one permanent foothold in your thinking. Anxious rehearsing. Harsh words toward yourself that you would never speak to another. The habit of expecting loss the moment something good arrives. These patterns were not born in a day, and I am not condemning you for them. but I am telling you they cannot rule you in the place I am taking you. So renew your mind the way a field is worked, one pass at a time, season after season. Feed it my word daily, even a few verses held slowly, the way you would hold bread when you are truly hungry. Speak my promises out loud because your own ears are listening, and faith comes by hearing. When a thought rises that calls you worthless or doomed or forgotten, do not debate it for an hour. Answer it once with what I have said and move on. You are mine. I have plans for you. That is the end of the argument. And practice stillness, my child. I say practice because stillness is a skill, not a mood. The world has trained you to reach for noise the moment silence begins. Untrain yourself gently. Sit with me without asking for anything. Let your breathing slow. You will find that many fears cannot survive 10 quiet minutes in my presence. They feed on hurry, and when the hurry stops, they starve. In the stillness, I will also sharpen your discernment, so that when you stand up again, you will know things you did not know when you sat down, without being able to say how you know them. That is fellowship. That is how I have always guided my closest friends. Do not be discouraged when you stumble in any of this. You will forget some days and pick the old worry back up. You will replay an old scene before you catch yourself. When it happens, do not waste an hour on shame. Shame is just fear wearing a religious mask. Simply return. The door between us is never locked from my side. A righteous man falls 7 times and rises again, and the rising is what I count. I am not measuring your perfection in this season. I am measuring your direction, and your direction, my child, is toward me. That is enough. That has always been enough. Understand this about the way I bless. When I finally move, I do not move halfway. I do not repair one wall and leave the rest of the house leaning. I am the God who makes all things new, and I am making all things new for you. Not improved, new. There is a difference between a fresh coat of paint and a new foundation, and you have had enough paint to last a lifetime. This time we build from the ground. That is why I have been pruning your life so firmly, and I know the pruning has hurt. Certain people stepped away and never explained. Certain comforts were taken before you were ready to give them. Certain plans dried up in your hands. You looked at all of it and wondered if you were losing everything. You were not losing. You were being pruned, and pruning is what a gardener does to the branch he expects the most fruit from. The wild branch is left alone. The chosen branch feels the blade. Every cut made room. Every removal was measured. Nothing was taken carelessly, and nothing was taken that will be missed in the place you are going. I have also been enlarging you on the inside where no one can see. There is a capacity being built in you for the weight of what is coming, because blessing has a weight, my child. Influence has a weight. Increase has a weight. Men and women have been crushed under answers to their own prayers, because the vessel was never enlarged to hold them. I love you too much to hand you a harvest that would break you. So I stretched you first. The stretching is nearly finished and the pouring is about to begin. And when it begins, expect speed. You have lived so long in the slow season that slowness feels like the rule of your life. It is not. It was a chapter and the chapter is closing. There is a kind of acceleration that belongs to me alone, when I compress into months what ordinarily takes years. The plowman overtakes the reaper. One day arrives that carries 10 years of change inside it. Doors that ignored a decade of knocking swing open at a touch. When it happens, do not be startled, and do not shrink back saying, "This is too fast. I am not ready." I decide readiness, and I have declared you ready. Now hear the part of my decision that reaches beyond your own lifetime. I am drawing a line through the old patterns that have followed your family like a long shadow. You know the ones I mean. The struggle that repeats in every generation. The lack that keeps reappearing no matter who is earning. The quarrels, the heaviness, the way hope always seemed to thin out just before the finish line. These patterns presented themselves to you as if they were your inheritance. They are not your inheritance. They are trespassers on your inheritance, and I am evicting them. I have chosen you as the one in your line where it stops. Not because you are the strongest who ever carried your family's name, but because you are the one who kept turning to me. And one person in covenant with me is enough to change the direction of a whole house. Because of what settles in this season, those who come after you will start from ground you never got to stand on. The ones you love and the ones you carry in prayer will taste fruit from trees you planted in your hardest seasons. This is how I work across generations. One faithful life becomes a gate, and through that gate a whole family walks into open country. Your assignment then is bigger than your relief. I want you to sit with that truth because it will steady you on hard days better than comfort can. I am not blessing you merely so your worries shrink. I am blessing you so that you become a supply line. There are people you have not met yet who are waiting on the other side of your obedience. There are rooms where hope has never been spoken in a believable voice, and I am preparing your voice for those rooms. Your story, the true one with the failures left in, will reach people that polished sermons never touch. That is why the enemy fought you so hard and so personally. He was never afraid of your comfort. He was afraid of your testimony. He watched what was written over your life and tried to make you quit one season short of it. Every heavy assault you survived these past years now makes sense in that light. You were not falling apart. You were under siege and the siege failed. You are still here, still listening, still mine. The city held, my child, and now the army outside the walls is discovering that the city it failed to break is about to open its gates outward, not in surrender, but in campaign. So let your posture change from this day. You have been living braced like someone waiting for the next blow. Stand up straight, unclench, lift your head, not in pride, but in recognition of whose child you are. The season of surviving is ending, and the season of building has begun. Begin to think like a builder. Builders plan, builders plant, builders speak about next year without flinching. When you catch yourself hoping again, planning again, dreaming with your eyes open, do not scold yourself for it. That is not foolishness. That is your spirit recognizing the new season before your circumstances have finished changing. And in all of it, stay near to me. Not near to the blessing, near to me. The gifts I give are good, but they make poor gods, and everything I place in your hands is safest when your heart remains in mine. Seek my face in the years of plenty, exactly as you sought it in the years of need. And nothing I give you will ever need to be taken back for your protection. This is the long walk I am inviting you into. Not a moment of rescue only, but a life of companionship all the way home. If this word has found the deep places of your heart, seal it now. Speak the words, "Amen, Lord, I receive it," and let heaven record your answer. Now let me speak of vindication, because I have not forgotten what was done to you, and I have not forgotten who did it. I saw the ones who smiled at your table while working against you in private. I saw who vanished in your hardest hour, the very people you had carried when they could not walk. I heard the words spoken about you in rooms you were never invited into. You wondered sometimes if any of it was ever going to be answered. It is going to be answered, but it will be answered my way, not yours, and my way is cleaner, deeper, and final. Your way would be to explain yourself, to correct the record, to make them see. Let that go. You cannot argue a shut heart open, and you were never assigned to. My way is a prepared table. I set it slowly, with care, in the full sight of everyone who wrote you off, and then I seat you at it. No speech is given, none is needed. Your restored life does all the speaking, and it speaks in a language even your critics understand. The oil runs down, the cup runs over, and those who said it could never happen for you will watch it happen, at close range, with their own eyes. Until that table is set, stay low and stay kind. Do not rehearse triumphant speeches for people who hurt you. Do not collect evidence for a trial I am already conducting. When you see them, greet them in peace and keep walking. This is not weakness. This is royalty in training. Saul hunted David through the wilderness for years, and twice David held his enemy's life in his hand and refused to take the shortcut. He would not seize by force what I had promised by anointing. That refusal was the making of him. It will be the making of you. And do not be surprised that not everyone celebrates your rising. Increase reveals hearts. Some who were comfortable with you struggling will grow strangely quiet as you heal. Some will question favor they never questioned on anyone else. Do not let their coldness plant doubt in you, and do not shrink to keep them comfortable. A lamp is not lit to be hidden under a basket. You do not owe an apology for what my hand is doing, and you do not need a single person's permission to receive what I have decided to give. Remember also what I told you at the start. What I have decreed cannot be overturned. Read that truth again slowly, not by the schemer near your home, not by the helper they recruited, not by any curse spoken in any dark room, by any tongue, in any generation. No weapon formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment, you will condemn, not by fighting, but by standing in the heritage I assigned you. When Balaam was hired to curse my people, the words turned to blessing in his mouth before they could leave it. That is what happens to words aimed at those I have covered. They arrive transformed, or they do not arrive at all. There will still be days in this transition when nothing looks changed. The same kitchen, the same bills on the same table, the same silence where you hoped news would be. On those days, the enemy will lean close and whisper, "Nothing happened. It was only words. Nothing is coming." Here is how you answer him. You answer him the way spring answers winter, by continuing. The frost does not argue with the seed. It simply cannot stop it. Underground, out of sight, roots are moving, and the surface always finds out last. Your breakthrough is presently underground. That is not the same as absent. Every prayer you have prayed is part of the root system now, and when the surface breaks, it will break suddenly. While you wait, I am at work in ways you would not believe if I described them. I am arranging encounters that will look like coincidence and will be nothing of the kind. I am adjusting the hearts of decision-makers you have never met, the way I turned the heart of a king toward Nehemiah before he had finished praying. I am recovering opportunities you grieved as lost, because in my economy, what is delayed is not destroyed. My messengers go ahead of you on assignment, clearing what blocks the road and holding what must be held until you arrive. You will walk into certain rooms in the coming season and feel that the room was expecting you. It was. Walk by faith through all of it and not by sight. Sight is a fine servant and a terrible master. Abraham looked at his own body in the long years and could have laughed the promise away, yet he grew strong in faith, being fully persuaded that I had power to do what I had promised. Be persuaded like that. not persuaded that the road will be painless, persuaded that I am faithful. Those are different persuasions, and only the second one survives contact with real life. If I lead you by a route that makes no sense, follow anyway. I led Israel out of Egypt by the longer road on purpose, because the short road ran through a war they were not ready to face. What looks like delay is often protection wearing plain clothes. What looks like a detour is often the only safe passage. You do not have the map, my child, but you have the guide, and the guide is better than the map. Maps do not love you. I do. So let your heart keep an even rhythm through the days ahead. Not the high of forcing yourself to feel victorious, nor the low of collapsing every time the evidence hides. Just a steady walking faith. Morning by morning, my mercies new, your trust renewed with them. Speak to me often and plainly as a child speaks to a father in the same house, not as a beggar shouting across a distance. That is what you are, a child in the house. You have never been anything less, even on the nights you felt like a stranger at your own gate. The gate is mine, the house is mine, and your name is on the deed I hold. And now, my child, lean in close, because I promised you a key, and the moment has come to place it in your hands. You have waited through this whole message for it, and that waiting was itself a small picture of your life with me. Here is the revelation. The very thing you believed disqualified you is the thing I have chosen to build upon. You know exactly what I mean. There is a chapter of your story you keep folded shut, a failure you still flinch to remember, a flaw you have battled so long you assume it is simply who you are. The accuser found it years ago, and he has stood on it ever since, repeating one dark sentence. Because of this, God cannot use you. He said it so often and so quietly that you stopped noticing it was a voice at all. It began to sound like a fact. It is not a fact. It is the oldest lie he owns, and today it dies. Look at the record of the ones I have used. Moses had a grave in the sand behind him and a stammer in his mouth, and I made him the deliverer of a nation. Peter denied me 3 times by a fire, cursing to be believed, and I built my church on that same unsteady rock. Rahab had a past that her whole city knew, and I wove her into the lineage of my own son. Paul held the coats of murderers, and I handed him half the letters of my new covenant. Do you see the pattern, my child? I do not recruit around the broken chapter. I recruit through it. The world demands a flawless record. I ask for an honest one, and my strength is made perfect in weakness, not alongside it. So here is what the key opens. Stop hiding that chapter from me, from yourself, and from your own calling. You will not need to shout it from the housetops, but you must stop building your life around its concealment. The energy you have spent covering that wound is the very energy your assignment requires. And the people I am sending you to are not waiting for someone impressive. They are waiting for someone who has been where they are and lived to speak of it in a calm voice. Your scar is your credential. It proves the wound was real, and it proves that healing is real, both at once, and no diploma on any wall can testify to those two things together. And with the key comes the surrender. Give me the timeline. This is the last thing you are gripping, the secret schedule in your heart, the deadline you have privately set for when all of this must come to pass. Open that hand too. Not because your blessing is far away, but because clock watching is the thief of the very peace I am handing you. When you stop fighting the calendar, something in the unseen realm unlocks. The manna fell daily, not yearly. Walk with me one day at a time, fully present, and I promise you will not miss your appointed hour. It is not possible to be walking with me and be passed over by what I have decreed for you. So rise now, my child. Rise from the posture of the waiting room and take up the posture of the sent. Your home stands guarded, and you know now how to keep watch beside me without fear. Your heart is lighter by the weight of every record you handed over today. Your family line has a new gate, and you are it. Your enemies have a table to attend, and I have the seating chart. And your broken chapter is on my desk being turned even now into the opening page of the work I always had for you. Do not leave this word to fade like a dream by morning. Return to it. Let it settle into your bones the way rain settles into deep ground, slowly, past the surface, down where the roots drink. Speak pieces of it aloud in your house. Let your own voice carry my promises down your hallways until the walls themselves seem to hold the sound. A word received once is a visit. A word rehearsed daily is a dwelling. Make this one a dwelling, and carry it beyond your own walls. Somewhere near you is a soul in the exact darkness you are stepping out of, someone rationing their hope the way the poor ration bread, certain that heaven has lost their address. Find them. You will know them when you see them, because you will recognize the look you used to wear. Tell them what I have told you, or simply pass this word along to them, and let it do for them what it has done for you. Rescued people, rescue people. That is the oldest chain of my kingdom, and today you become a link in it. Now receive my blessing, spoken over you as a father speaks over a child before a journey. I bless your going out and your coming in, from this day and forward. I bless the work of your hands, that it may prosper and not be plundered. I bless your table, that it may know fullness, and your door, that it may know peace. I bless your sleep, that it may be sweet and unbroken, free from the dread that once sat at its edge. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly, and your ears, that my voice may never again sound far away. I bless the ones you love, near and far, the ones you name in prayer and the ones you carry in silence too deep for naming. I bless your comings and goings through every threshold of the home I am guarding. Where there has been mourning in your walls, I decree gladness. Where there has been scarcity, I decree enough and then beyond enough, that you may give freely and lack nothing. And over every scheme still whispering in the shadows, I decree exposure and collapse, for no counsel formed against my covenant can stand. The watchers I have posted at your gates will remain at their stations long after this hour has passed, and their swords do not rust, and their eyes do not dim. Walk out of this hour differently than you walked in. Unhurried, because your times are in my hand. Unafraid, because your watchman does not sleep. Unashamed, because your record is settled in my mercy. When the old whispers return and they will attempt one last visit, you will find they have lost their grip, because a spoken decree of mine now stands where the lie used to live. I am with you always, my child, not with you as a distant watcher, but with you as breath is with the body, as light is with the morning. Nothing that meets you tomorrow will meet you before it has met me. This is my word, and heaven and earth will pass away before it fails you. Go now in peace, and go in power. The door is open, the path is lit, the decision is made, and it is good. Now, before my voice gives way to silence, answer your Father one last time. Let your amen rise like incense, and let it be the first word of your new life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Do not turn away from this hour. What is reaching you now did not arrive by chance, and it is not one more noise in a loud day. I am your God, and I am the one speaking. Hear me before anything else happens. Something is moving toward you. It is close. It is not a vague shadow you can push to the back of your mind, and it is not sitting far off in some distant year. It is near enough that I am speaking now instead of later. I would not lift my voice like this over something small. I am not telling you this to frighten you. Fear has never been the way I lead. But a person who has been warned walks through a door differently than a person who walks in blind. You are being warned. Take that as kindness, because kindness is exactly what it is. You felt something today, a tightness you could not name, a moment where the room seemed to hold still and you told yourself it was nothing. It was not nothing. That awareness was mine, set in you on purpose, and you were right to notice it. You have learned to talk yourself out of that feeling. You call it nerves. You call it too much thinking. You were taught to push past the quiet in you and keep moving because stopping feels like weakness to you. Today I'm asking you to stop, not for long. Just long enough to hear me. Long ago I woke a man in the night while a young child slept close by. I told him to rise and go, and I did not explain the whole picture to him. He did not argue with me. He did not wait for morning to weigh it out. He got up in the dark, and because he got up, the one he was guarding lived. That is how I often move. I speak before the harm, not after it. I give the instruction while there is still time to follow it. And the warning almost always sounds smaller than the thing it is protecting you from. That is why so many set it aside and keep walking. I am not putting a riddle in front of you. I am telling you plainly that in the space just ahead of you, there is a moment that will ask something of you. It may come as a decision. It may come as a conversation. It may come as one sentence you are tempted to speak. How you meet it will matter more than you know. You have already been through hard seasons. You know what it is to be handled roughly by life. So hear me clearly. This is not that. I am not bringing punishment to your door. I am bringing you understanding ahead of time so that you are not standing in the middle of something before you know what it is. You are not being set up to fail. I do not lay traps for the ones I love. What is ahead is not a test I built to catch you out. It is a place in the road where the ground is uneven, and I have chosen to walk it beside you rather than leave you to walk it alone. I know how tired you are. That is part of why I am speaking now. Weariness dulls the ear. When someone has been carrying weight for a long stretch of road, they stop listening closely and start moving out of habit. Habit is exactly what will fail you in the hour ahead. So let me sharpen you, not with alarm, with attention. Slow your breathing, let your shoulders come down. Let the noise in your head settle until you can hear the one voice underneath all of it. That voice has been with you longer than any other, and it has never once lied to you. There is something else you need to understand. This warning is not only about avoiding harm. There is something good already growing in your life right now. It is young. It is not sturdy yet. And what is coming has the ability to press against it. You may not even be able to name that good thing yet. A door that has begun to move on its hinges. Something bruised that has begun to knit back together. A hope you have not spoken out loud because saying it felt dangerous. I see it. I planted it. And I am not willing to lose it to one careless minute. So my instruction to you is not complicated, my beloved. Stay awake. Stay slow. Stay close to me. Those three things will carry you through what is coming with everything I have given you still whole in your hands. I have never left you to work your life out on your own strength, and I am not starting today. I am already ahead of you on this road. I have seen the turn you have not reached yet. Nothing about what is coming surprises me, and nothing about it is larger than my hand. Understand what kind of God is speaking to you. I am not one who stands at a great distance and remarks on your troubles. I come near. I involve myself. I interrupt. When my people were walking toward a cliff they could not see, I have stopped them in the road, and I have never once apologized for the interruption. Some who hear my voice want a full map. They want every detail spelled out before they will slow down. I rarely work that way, and there is a reason. If I gave you the whole picture, you would lean on the picture. I want you leaning on me, so I give you enough light for the next step, and I ask you to trust the hand holding the lamp. Right now, in the quiet of this moment, let something in you agree with me. Not with your mind first, with your spirit. Let the part of you that has always known my voice say yes before your reasoning catches up. That agreement is the doorway through which everything else I have to say will come. Say amen out loud if you believe my voice is reaching you right now. Now let me tell you what to look for, because you are expecting the wrong shape. You are bracing for something loud. You are picturing a disaster with a clear announcement in front of it. That is not usually how trouble arrives. Real danger rarely knocks. It walks in wearing ordinary clothes, at an ordinary hour, in the middle of an ordinary conversation. What is coming toward you will look normal. It may even look good. It may look like relief, or like an answer, or like a door finally opening after a long stretch of closed ones. That is what makes it difficult. You have been waiting so long for something to open that you may not stop to ask who is holding the handle. Hear a story from my own record because I want you to see this clearly. When my people crossed into the land I promised them, a group came to meet them. Their sandals were worn through. Their bread was dry and crumbling. Their clothing hung in patches. They said they had traveled from a country far away, and everything about them supported the claim. My people looked at the worn sandals. They looked at the old bread. It all made sense to their eyes. So they made an agreement with these travelers and bound themselves to it. And my word records the reason it went wrong in one short line. They did not ask me. That is the whole of it. They did not ask me. Not because they were rebellious. Not because they hated me. Because the evidence looked so obvious that asking felt unnecessary. The sandals were worn. What more was there to know? The neighbors were not from far away at all. They lived a short walk from the camp. The worn sandals were a costume. And my people carried that agreement for generations because of a minute they did not think to bring to me. I am telling you this because in the hour ahead, something is going to look obvious to you. The evidence will seem to line up. Your reasoning will move fast and arrive at a comfortable conclusion. And in that moment, the question will not be whether you are clever enough. The question will be whether you asked me. So ask me, my child. Out loud if you must. Even 4 words will do. Even a breath in my direction while you are standing there deciding. I am not hard to reach, and I am not slow to answer when the answer is urgent. Understand something about the word familiar. You treat familiar as though it means safe. It does not. Familiar only means you have met it before. There are patterns in your life that have come around more than once, wearing a slightly different face each time, aiming at the same soft place they always aim at. You know the pattern, I mean. You may not be able to describe it, but your body knows it. There is a certain kind of person, or a certain kind of offer, or a certain kind of pressure that has cost you before. It is circling back, not to finish you, to find out if you have changed. You have changed. That is the part you keep forgetting. You are measuring yourself against who you were the last time this came around, and that measurement is out of date. Something in you has been strengthened since then. Today you will meet the same pattern with a different person standing inside your name. Now let me speak about your mouth, because this is where the greatest risk sits. In the hour ahead, you may feel a strong pull to speak. Something will be said that lands wrong. Something will be implied about you that is not true. Something will demand a defense, and the words will already be forming before you have decided to use them. That pull is not from me. I saw a young king lose a nation over a single answer. His people came to him asking for a lighter load. He had older, steadier voices telling him to speak gently. He listened instead to the ones who told him to sound strong. He answered harshly, and by evening the kingdom had split in two. It never came back together. One answer, spoken fast, spoken to look strong, and the cost outlived him. I am not asking you to be silent forever. I am asking you to be slow. There is a space between what happens to you and what comes out of your mouth, and that space is where your protection lives. Most people give it away. I am asking you to hold on to it in the hour ahead. You do not owe an explanation to everyone who demands one. You do not have to defend a life I am already defending. Let me say that again, because you have never fully believed it. You do not have to defend a life that I am already defending. Silence is not surrender. When you hold your peace under pressure, you are not losing the exchange. You are refusing to hand over the one thing they came for, which is your reaction. Take that away, and there is nothing left for the moment to work with. I know what it costs you. You want to be understood. You want the record set straight. You want someone to acknowledge that you were right. And you have wanted that for a long time in more than one situation. Set it down for now. I keep better records than they do, and I will settle every account in its proper hour. There is a strength in restraint that the world has never learned to see. It looks like nothing is happening. It looks like you let it go. But the one who can stand in the middle of provocation and not move is carrying something that cannot be taken by force. That is who I am asking you to be for the next stretch of road. Not defended, not loud, steady. Watch, ask me, and wait before you answer. Speak your amen if you are trusting me in this hour. There is one more way you can tell the difference between my voice and everything else pressing on you. Learn this, and you will never be badly deceived again. I do not rush you. Read that again and let it settle. I have called you many things and asked many things of you, but I have never stood over you demanding an answer this second. When something is pushing you to decide right now, before you have thought, before you have prayed, before you have slept on it, that pressure did not come from my throne. Urgency and clarity are not the same thing. Urgency makes your chest tight and your thinking narrow. Clarity does the opposite. When I make something plain to you, the room gets wider, not smaller. You can breathe. You may still be uncertain about the outcome, but you are not frantic about the next step. So use that as your measure. If the pressure is squeezing you, step back from it. Whatever is real will still be there when you have prayed. Anything that cannot survive one honest pause was never meant for your hands. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me show you how I actually speak, because you have been listening for the wrong volume. There was a prophet of mine who ran until he could not run anymore, and then he asked to die. He was worn down to the bone. I brought him to a mountain and told him to stand there because I was going to pass by. A wind came first, strong enough to break rock. I was not in the wind. Then the ground shook underneath him. I was not in the earthquake. Then fire came through. I was not in the fire. And after all of it, when everything loud had exhausted itself, there was a low whisper. That was me. He had to cover his face to hear it. Think about that. The most dramatic display he had ever witnessed was the part where I was not speaking. The whisper was where I was. That is what is happening in you. You have been waiting for me to arrive with force, and while you were waiting for the earthquake, I have been speaking underneath your ribs in a voice so quiet you keep dismissing it. The signal you have been ignoring is the one you have been asking for. I want you to notice something about how I built you. There is a knowing in you that runs ahead of your reasoning. Your mind puts things together with evidence and argument. Your spirit does not need the argument. It arrives first, and it arrives without proof, and it is right far more often than you allow it to be. When those two disagree, you almost always side with your mind. You do it because your mind can explain itself and your spirit cannot. But an explanation is not the same as truth. Your mind can build a reasonable case for a thing that will cost you dearly. Your spirit will simply say no and offer you nothing to hold up in court. Side with your spirit. It is the older witness and it is closer to me. Let me tell you about a man who was traveling a road he should not have been on. His animal stopped in the path and would not move. He struck it. It moved again, and then it pressed him against a wall. He struck it again. The third time, it simply lay down beneath him, and he was furious. He could not see what the animal saw. There was a messenger of mine standing in that road with a drawn blade. The stubbornness he was beating was the only thing keeping him alive. His anger was aimed at his own rescue. You have done this. There have been times when something in you refused to go forward, and you forced it. You called yourself afraid. You called yourself unspiritual. You pushed through the resistance, because pushing through is what you have been praised for your whole life. Hear me. Some of that resistance was me. Not all of it. Fear is real and fear lies. But there is a difference between the fear that shrinks your world and the quiet refusal that plants its feet. And by now you have felt both often enough to tell them apart. In the hour ahead, if something in you plants its feet, do not beat it into motion. Stop. Ask me what is standing in the road. I will tell you. I am not in the habit of hiding my reasons from someone who genuinely wants to know them. And if I do not answer immediately, that silence is an answer too. It means wait. Waiting is not nothing. Waiting is an action, and it is often the strongest one available to you. You have spent years believing that being still meant being passive. It never did. Standing still while everything around you is moving takes more strength than moving does. Anyone can be swept along. Only someone anchored can hold position. You are anchored. I set that anchor myself, deeper than you can see from where you stand. That is why the pressure of this hour will move things around you without moving you. I told you there is something good already forming in your life. I want to spend time on that now, because protecting it is half the reason I am speaking. You have been so focused on what is wrong that you have not accounted for what is right. Something has begun. It is quiet. It has not produced results you can point to yet. And because you cannot point to it, you have not been guarding it. Here is how new things work in my hands. They start small and they start hidden. A grain goes into the ground and disappears. For a stretch of time there is nothing to see, and anyone judging by appearance would say nothing is happening. That is exactly when the most is happening. Do not despise the small beginning. You have a habit of doing that. If a thing does not arrive fully grown, you assume it is not from me. But nothing I have ever built arrived fully grown. Everything I make comes up from underneath. Let me tell you about a woman who was out of options. Her household was in debt and the collectors were coming for the two people she loved most. She had nothing left in the house but a single small jar with a little oil in it. I told her through my prophet to borrow every empty vessel she could find. Not a few. Every one. Then she was told to go inside her own house, shut the door behind her, and pour. Notice the door. She was told to shut it. What happened next was not for the street to see. She poured from that small jar and it kept pouring, vessel after vessel, until there were no more empty containers left to fill. The oil stopped only when the room ran out of room. Then the debt was paid and the two she loved were kept. I want you to see two things in that. The first is that the amount in her hand was never the limit. The limit was how many empty vessels she was willing to gather. The second is that it happened behind a closed door. There are things in your life right now that need a closed door, not because they are shameful, because they are young. A young thing does not need an audience. It needs quiet, and it needs time. So stop announcing it. Stop laying it out for people who have never once been glad for you. You have a habit of taking the newest, most tender thing in your life and handing it to whoever asks, and then you wonder why the joy leaks out of it. Guard the door. Pour in private. Let the results speak later, when the thing is strong enough to be seen. There is one more thing that will come for what is forming in you, and it will not come as an attack. It will come as an invitation. I had a man rebuilding a broken wall. The city he loved had been in ruins for years, and he had finally gotten the work moving. His opponents saw they could not stop him by force, so they changed tactics. They sent him a friendly message. Come down and meet us on the plain. Let us talk. Just a conversation. 4 times they asked. 4 times he sent back the same answer. I am doing a great work and I cannot come down. He was not being rude. He was being accurate. He understood something you need to understand today. There was nothing wrong with the plane. The problem was that he was on the wall, and the wall was where the work was, and every step down was a step away from it. You're going to be invited down. Something will present itself as reasonable, harmless, even overdue. A conversation you should have. A situation you should address. A person you should finally deal with. And it will all sound so sensible that refusing will feel like avoidance. Ask one question. Does this take me up, or does it take me down? Not whether it is fair. Not whether they deserve an answer. Whether it moves you toward the work I have given you, or away from it. You do not have to attend every meeting you are called to. You do not have to answer every accusation. You do not have to descend to the level of every argument in order to prove that you could have won it. Stay on the wall. I know this is hard for you because you were raised to be reachable. You answer. You show up, you explain. Being unavailable feels to you like being unkind, but there is a season for open hands and a season for a closed door. And I am telling you plainly which season you are in. The ones who love you will still be there when the wall is finished. The ones who only wanted you off the wall will lose interest, and their leaving will teach you something you needed to learn anyway. Let me speak to the tiredness now, because I know the door and the wall both take strength you feel short of. You have been holding a great deal together with very little help. You have been the steady one in rooms where no one asked whether you were steady. And you have started to believe that if you stop holding, everything falls. That is not true. I am the one holding. You are leaning against something that does not depend on your grip. You may loosen your hands without the world coming apart, and you may rest without losing your place. So rest tonight. Not because the danger is gone, but because rest is part of how I prepare you. A tired person makes hasty choices. A rested person waits well. I would rather you meet the hour ahead unhurried and clear than exhausted and impressive. What is forming in you is worth this care. I would not warn you over something disposable. The strength of a warning tells you the value of what is being protected, and I am speaking to you with everything I have. Now I am going to tell you something about the prayers you thought went nowhere. Listen closely, because this will change how you understand the last several years of your life. There was a man who prayed for understanding and then waited. 3 weeks went by. He ate almost nothing. He stayed in that posture day after day with no reply, and by the end of it he was worn thin and beginning to wonder whether he had been speaking into an empty sky. When the answer finally reached him, it came with an explanation he had not expected. He was told that his words had been heard on the very first day, not the 20th, the first. The reply had been sent immediately, and it had met resistance on the way. Sit with that, my child. He had spent 21 days believing he had not been heard, and he had been heard within the hour. What he interpreted as my absence was a contested road. There was pressure against the answer, not against the asking. And when the resistance held too long, I sent the captain of my own host to break through it, and the message arrived. I am telling you this because you have your own count of days. You know exactly which prayer it is. You stopped bringing it to me because bringing it up again hurt more than leaving it alone. You decided the silence meant no. The silence did not mean no. Some of what you asked me for has been in motion the entire time, moving through ground you cannot see, against pressure you were never asked to fight. You have been judging the whole matter by the only part of it that was visible to you, which was your own waiting room. Do not build your understanding of me out of what you can see. You are looking at one small window and drawing conclusions about the whole house. There was a servant of my prophet who woke early one morning and looked out over the city. It was surrounded, horses, chariots, soldiers on every side. He ran back inside in a panic, asking what they were going to do. The prophet was not alarmed. He asked me to open the young man's eyes, and when they were opened, he saw the hillside above the enemy filled with horses and chariots of fire. The help had been there the whole time. It had been there while he panicked. Nothing changed in the field that morning except what he could perceive. That is your situation more often than you know. You have counted the opposition carefully and never once counted what stands on the hill. You are precise about your problems and vague about my resources. So you live braced when you could live steady. There have been nights in your life when something turned in your favor and you never learned why. A situation that should have crushed you simply lost its momentum. A person who was determined to harm you moved away or moved on. A threat came right up to your door and then stopped there. You called it luck. You called it a close call. It was not either of those. I have settled entire matters in a single night before, and the ones who woke in the morning found the field changed without a sword being lifted by the people I was defending. I do not need you to fight what I have already handled. I need you to stop rehearsing a battle I have finished. Now hear something about those who have set themselves against you. There was a man in a palace who built a structure meant to destroy someone he hated. He measured it. He had it made high enough that the whole city would see it. He went to bed satisfied, and by the end of the following day, the thing he had built was used on him instead. I did not need to construct anything to answer him. He had already done the work himself. That is very often how it goes. Malice is a poor builder. Given enough time, it collapses inward on the one who made it, and I do not have to lift a hand to arrange that. So take your attention off them. You have given years of thought to people who no longer deserve a single minute of it. You have argued with them in your head, won speeches you will never deliver, and rehearsed old wounds until you knew them by heart. All of that is time taken out of your one life and handed to someone who does not even know they have it. I will handle them. I am better at it than you are, and I am not emotional about it. And there is something else, harder to hear but truer than anything you have believed about your past. What was aimed at your harm has not stayed harmful. I have taken more than one act of cruelty and made it the exact door through which the person walked into their purpose. Think of the young man sold by his own household and carried to a foreign country in chains. Years later, he stood in front of the same people with power to end them, and he told them plainly that what they intended for harm, I intended for good. He did not pretend it was not cruel. He named it as cruelty and then told them what I had done with it. I am not asking you to call your wounds a blessing. They were not. I am telling you that I am able to take what was done to you and set it to work for a purpose those people never imagined and would not have chosen. That is not the same as excusing them. It is bigger than that. So stand where you are and stop carrying the weight of your own defense. The road ahead of you has been walked already by me. The resistance you cannot see is being handled by hands stronger than yours. And the hour that is coming has no power to take from you what I have decided to keep. Let your amen be heard if your faith is still standing. Now let me tell you what happens on the other side of this hour, because there is another side and you will reach it. The pressure will ease. The thing that was approaching will pass through or pass by, and the air around you will change. You will notice it in your body before you notice it in your thinking. Something in your chest will loosen, and you will realize you have been braced for days. That is when I need you to be careful, and this is the part most people miss entirely. They hold steady through the difficulty and then let go completely the moment it lifts. They guard the gate all night and leave it open at dawn. Two things will come for you after this passes. I want you to know both of them by name before they arrive. The first is second thought. You will begin to wonder whether you handled it correctly. You will replay the moment and find angles you did not consider. You will ask whether you were too cautious, whether you missed an opportunity, whether the whole warning was your own imagination working over time. Understand where that comes from. It is not from me. I do not bring you through something with clarity and then hand you confusion about it afterward. When I correct you plainly, and you know exactly what I mean. What arrives as a fog of doubt over a decision you made in obedience did not come from my throne. You handled it. Let that be finished. The second thing is stranger, and it catches people who are otherwise strong. You will feel a pull back toward the very thing you stepped away from. It will not feel like rebellion. It will feel like curiosity. A small wondering about what would have happened. A quiet sense that maybe you were too harsh. Maybe there was more there. Maybe you should reach out one more time just to see. That pull is the oldest trick there is, and it works because it does not feel like danger. It feels like an open question. I brought a whole people out of a land that had ground them down for generations. Within weeks they were talking about the food. They remembered cucumbers and melons and onions and garlic. They spoke about that place with something close to longing, and they had wept there their entire lives. That is what familiarity does to memory. It edits, it keeps the taste and deletes the chains. So when your mind starts serving up a warm version of something that cost you dearly, know what is happening. You are not remembering. You are being recruited. Do not go back, my beloved. What you stepped away from was not a mistake to correct. It was a door closed on purpose, and I closed it with you. Now hear the good part, because I did not bring you through a narrow place just to leave you standing in it. When you refuse something that was not yours, a space opens. You will feel that space, and you will not like it at first. Emptiness makes you nervous. You are used to full hands, even when what filled them was hurting you, and an open space feels like a problem to solve. It is not a problem, my child. It is a room I am preparing. So do not rush to fill it. This is my clearest instruction for the days just ahead. Do not take the first thing that presents itself simply because standing in an open room is uncomfortable. What is coming to fill that space is better than what left it, and it is not in a hurry because it does not need to be. Let me be specific about what I am moving toward you. There is provision that has been held in the wrong hands, and I am moving it. Not because those hands are being punished, though some are, but because it was never theirs to hold. What was stored up in places that do not honor me has a way of coming loose, and I know precisely where it is going. There are deaths that have followed you for years, and I am not impressed by their age. A thing does not become permanent simply because it has lasted a long time. What has been draining you month after month is going to stop draining you, and you will notice the quiet where the pressure used to be. There is a weariness in your body that no amount of sleep has touched. I am dealing with that. Strength is going to return in a way you cannot account for by anything you did differently. You will simply notice one morning that you got up without dread, and you will not know when that changed. There are those you love who are woven into this, and I have not forgotten one of them. The ones you carry to me by name, the ones you pray for without ever saying the words out loud, the ones whose troubles wake you in the night. I see the whole household. What I am doing in you does not stop at the edges of you. And there is a door that has been closed so long you stopped checking it. I am opening it, not part way, not as a test. Opening it in a season where you have the wisdom to walk through it well, which you did not have the last time you knocked. Now let me speak about rest, because you will be tired when this passes, and you will try to push through the tiredness. One of my prophets collapsed under a tree in the wilderness and asked to die. I did not lecture him. I did not question his faith. I sent food and I let him sleep. Then I woke him, gave him more, and let him sleep again. Only after that did I speak to him about the road ahead, and it was a long road and he walked it. That is how I restore someone, not with a speech, with bread and sleep and time. So when this pressure lifts, eat something and rest and let me handle the rest of it. You are not lazy for needing that. You are a living thing and living things recover. I am not finished with you. This hour is not the summit of your life. It is a narrow section of a much longer road, and what you learn passing through it will serve you for years. There is a reason this is happening now, and it is larger than the hour itself. I want you to understand it before I finish. You are being sharpened for something. The awareness I am asking of you today is not a one-time requirement for one difficult afternoon. It is a skill, and I am teaching it to you now because you are going to need it later, in a season where more depends on your judgment than depends on it today. There was a boy who slept in my house as a servant. He heard a voice in the night and assumed it was the old man he worked for. He got up, went to him, and was sent back to bed. It happened again and again. 3 times he heard me, and 3 times he ran to a human being. He was not stubborn. He simply did not know the sound of my voice yet, and no one had taught him. Finally, the old man understood what was happening and told the boy what to say. So when I called the 4th time, the boy answered, "Speak, for I am listening." From that night forward, he never mistook me for anyone else, and he heard me for the rest of his long life. Everyone who hears me clearly was once someone who did not. There was a stretch of years where you were running to the wrong doors with my voice in your ears. Those years were not wasted. That was how you learned the difference. And today, when I speak, you know. You may argue with it, but you know. I want to show you one more thing, because it tells you what kind of God has been arranging your steps. There was a man praying on a rooftop in the middle of the day, and I gave him something to see that unsettled everything he had been taught. At the same hour, in another town, a foreign officer who had never belonged to my people was also praying, and I spoke to him too. Neither knew about the other. Then I moved them toward each other. Messengers on the road, an invitation, a house full of people waiting. And when the two finally stood face to face, the man from the rooftop said the thing I had brought him there to understand, that I show no partiality, that there is no one outside the reach of what I am doing. 2 people, 2 separate roads, one intention holding both ends. That is how I work, and that is how you came to be hearing my voice on this particular day. You have wondered whether you count, whether the general goodness you believe about me applies to your specific life, in your specific circumstances, with your specific history. It does. There is no category of person I attend to more carefully than you. There is no line you fell behind. And here is what I am doing with the discernment I am building in you. I am not making you cautious. I am making you useful. There was a moment in one of my prophets' lives where he stood in my presence and heard me ask a question aloud. Whom shall I send? Who will go for us? He was not chosen for being flawless. He had just admitted he was not. He answered anyway. Here I am. Send me. That question is still being asked, and you are in the room when it is asked. What you are learning in this narrow hour, the pausing, the asking, the refusing to be hurried, is not only for your own protection. There are people around you who are about to walk into decisions with no one to steady them, and you are going to be the steady one. You know how it feels to be unwarned. That is exactly why you will recognize it in someone else's face. What you are passing through is making you the person you needed when no one was there. So carry this forward, not as fear, as attention. When something feels rushed, slow it down. When something feels unclear, wait for it to clear. When something feels wrong, step back from it and ask me. Those 3 habits will save you from more trouble in your remaining years than any strategy you could devise. Now receive what I am placing on you. I set a covering over your comings and goings. Let the plans made against you fall apart in their own hands. Let the pressure that has followed you lose its grip and lose interest. Let doors open in front of you before you have to knock twice. Let provision find you from directions you never expected. Let your mind be quiet at night. Let your body carry its work without breaking. Let your judgment be clear at the exact moment you need it, and not 1 minute later. Let the peace I give you be the kind that does not depend on your circumstances behaving. Let the ones you love be kept. Let your house be a place where I am welcome and where tired people can breathe. Let what you build outlast you. Let the good you have done quietly return to you in ways you cannot trace. And let this word stay with you, not as an impressive moment you once had, but as something that changes how you walk from here. The hour ahead is real. I have not exaggerated it, and I will not soften it. But you are not walking into it alone, and you are not walking into it uninformed, and those two things together are enough. I have gone ahead of you. I have looked at the turn you have not reached. I have measured what is waiting there against what I have placed in you, and I am not concerned. You will come through this, not barely, not damaged. You will come through it steadier than you went in. So lift your head, my beloved. Stop bracing. Take one full breath and let it out slowly. And understand that the God who made everything you can see has taken the time to warn one person by name before the moment arrived. That is how much you matter to me. Go carefully. Go slowly. Go with your ears open and your mouth in no hurry. And know that every step you take from here is a step I am already standing in. There is one more thing I would place in your hands before this hour arrives. Do not measure the strength of what is forming in you by how quiet it still is. Quiet does not mean fragile. Quiet often means protected. I have kept more than one work of mine from premature exposure, and what I shield I also sustain. The same hand that warns you is the hand that feeds what is growing. You do not have to force it into daylight before its time. You do not have to prove it to anyone who has not been given eyes to see it. Simply tend it. Water it with trust. Refuse the invitations that would pull your attention away from it. In the days that follow this passing pressure, you will begin to notice small confirmations. A conversation that opens without striving. A provision that arrives without the old scramble. A clarity in a place where you used to feel only fog. These will not come as spectacle. They will come as evidence that I have been working while you waited. Receive them without demanding more at once. I am not finished building in you, and I am not finished building around you. The road ahead still holds more than this single turn. Walk it with the same attention I have asked of you today, and you will find that what once felt like survival begins to feel like stewardship. I am with you in both. Say your amen now and let it be the first word of the road ahead.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, the day did not have to bring you to this moment. You could have kept moving, kept filling the hours with everything that calls for your attention. But something held you here. Something in you paused, settled, and said, "Listen, that was not your own idea. That was me. I am speaking to you now, not to a crowd, not to a general audience, to you exactly as you are in this hour, with whatever is sitting heavy in your chest, with whatever questions have been circling in your mind, with whatever hope you have been afraid to voice out loud in case it fell apart again. I am speaking directly into that place. The weight you have been carrying is not invisible to me. You have walked into this moment carrying more than most people around you realize. You have been managing things that have no easy name. Worries that begin the moment your eyes open in the morning. A fatigue that sleep alone cannot fix. A quietness inside you where something used to live. You have been surviving, my child, at a level far below what I created you for. And part of you already knows this. Do not brush past that knowing. That ache is not weakness. That recognition, the sense that something is not right, that life should not feel this heavy, that you were made for more than what you have been enduring. That is your soul telling the truth. And I am not offended by it. I am answering it. I did not create you for this weight. I created you for peace. Not the shallow kind that arrives when problems resolve and leaves the moment they return, but the deep kind, the settled kind, the kind that holds firm when circumstances do not change, because it is rooted in me rather than in what surrounds you. You have been looking for that peace in outcomes, in people, in the resolution of things that have not yet resolved. And when those places failed to hold it, you pushed on, and you are still here. But hear me clearly now. I did not bring you to this moment to tell you to push through again. I brought you here to tell you something has changed. Declare your amen if you believe this word is reaching your spirit today. My child, there is a place within you that is quieter than thought, deeper than emotion, beyond the reach of the noise that has surrounded you for so long. That place has always known my voice, even in the seasons when your mind was too crowded to hear it clearly. And I am speaking to that place right now, not from a distance, not from somewhere above the details of your life, but from right here, closer to you than you are to your own breath. You have carried the impression that I am somewhere beyond your reach, that to find me you must first get your life in order, or your faith stronger, or your heart cleaner, that my closeness is something you must earn, rather than something you may simply receive. My child, that impression was never true. I did not make you fight your way to me. I came to you. I have always come to you. Not because your belief was steady enough, or your prayers eloquent enough, or your record clean enough. I came because you are mine, and I do not abandon what belongs to me. Something drew you to this moment. You may call it chance, or idle drifting, or the restless movement of a tired mind. But I tell you, nothing that brings a heart closer to my voice is accidental. I arranged this. I placed this in your path at this hour, not as a coincidence, but as an appointment. Heaven does not deal in coincidence when it comes to the ones it loves. The world around you is loud. It fills every available space with urgency and noise and the constant measuring of your life against lives that are not yours. It takes the quiet places and crowds them before you can rest in them. And you have been living inside that noise for a long time. So long that stillness has begun to feel unfamiliar. So long that a moment of quiet sometimes seems like something has gone wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. Stillness is where I have been waiting for you. It is where I speak without competition. It is where the truth of what I have declared over your life can finally reach you without being drowned out. So stay here with me. Let this moment become more than words passing through a tired mind. Let it become a meeting. Let what I am speaking go down into the places where you have been running on empty, into the parts of you that have been quietly losing their grip on hope. I have something to say to those places, and what I say to them today is going to change how you walk forward from this hour. My beloved child, every road you have traveled, every season that shaped you, every detour you did not choose, Every chapter you would not have written for yourself has been moving within my sight. I have not lost track of you. I have not set you aside and forgotten to return. You have been before me all along, even in the moments when you were most certain you were invisible. You were never invisible. You have never been invisible. You did not arrive here by accident. Heaven called you here. And heaven calls you because something in your life is about to shift. Stay with me. There is more I need you to hear. My child, the noise of the world does not only live outside you, it takes up residence within you. The unresolved arguments, the old memories that replay without invitation, the fear that knows exactly when to speak. You have been listening to those voices for so long, they have begun to sound like reason. They have begun to sound like wisdom. But I tell you now, not every voice that speaks loudly is telling the truth, and not every voice that speaks quietly should be dismissed. I have been speaking quietly. I have been the still presence beneath the restlessness. I have been the peace that kept returning even when you expected it to give up on you. I have been steady in every season you have walked through, and I am steady now. My child, I want to teach you something about how I speak, because there is a lie you have absorbed from the world around you. A lie that says a voice must be loud to be trustworthy, that power must announce itself, that divine authority should rattle the room and leave no room for doubt. You have been waiting for a voice like thunder, but I often come like the light that enters a room before dawn fully arrives. Not dramatic, not loud, just present and growing. The prophet stood at the mountain. Before me there came wind violent enough to tear the rocks apart. There was shaking. There was fire. And after all of that passed, my voice came in a sound so still and gentle, it could only be heard by a heart that was genuinely listening. Not the wind, not the earthquake, not the fire, a gentle whisper. I was not absent from the storm, but I was not contained in it. I was in the whisper. My beloved child, I am not withholding the thunder because I lack authority. I come gently because I respect the soul I am speaking to. I do not need to overwhelm you to reach you. I do not need to shake the ground beneath your feet to prove I am near. The deepest room in you does not open to force. It opens to love. And love knows how to enter quietly. This is why I am asking you to slow down. Not as punishment, not as delay, but because the place where I meet you most deeply is not on the surface of a rushing life. It is in the still room beneath the movement, where your defenses come down, where the performance stops, where you no longer need to hold the shape of someone who is coping. That room is where I do my most real work. And that is where I am meeting you right now. There is something I want to show you. A quiet night long ago, and a young heart learning for the first time that heaven calls by name. The boy Samuel was resting in the temple. The lamp had not gone out. The house was still. And in that stillness, I called his name. I did not call him into a crowd. I did not begin in spectacle or noise. I came in the ordinary dark of a sleeping house when everything was quiet enough for a single name to matter. My child, that is often how I begin. In hidden places, when no one else is watching. When the soul is quiet enough to be interrupted by something that doesn't belong to the ordinary world. When Samuel heard my call, he did not understand it immediately. He ran to Eli thinking a human voice had spoken. He heard correctly, but his interpretation was still forming. And here is what I want you to see. I did not abandon him because he got it wrong the first time. I called again and again. Each time he rose, each time he returned confused, something in him was being drawn nearer to recognition. The call was not wasted just because it was not immediately understood. My beloved child, I have been calling you in ways you have not always recognized, through a quiet conviction that returned when you tried to silence it, through a door that closed and would not reopen no matter how hard you pressed against it, through a peace that stayed in you during a season that had no logical reason to produce peace, through a sense of longing, not for things, but for something more real than what the world had been offering you. That was my voice, not speaking in language, but speaking through your life. Do not be hard on yourself for the times you mistook my voice for something else. Samuel was in the temple, close to me, and he still needed 3 calls before he understood. A listening heart grows through the calling, not only at the point of recognition. There is something holy about becoming available before you know what will be required of you. Many only want to hear from me if the answer confirms what they already desire. Many say they want direction, but they resist the quiet place where direction is actually given. They want a voice that fits their schedule and their expectations. But I do not bend my voice to meet your expectations. I invite your heart to come and meet me where I already am. Samuel's simple response changed everything, not because the sentence was impressive, "Speak, Lord, for I am listening," but because his heart became genuinely available. He was not performing. He was not pretending certainty he did not have. He was a young heart in the dark saying, "I am here, speak." That was enough. My child, that same availability is enough from you. You do not need to arrive at me with polished words or unwavering certainty or a faith that has never stumbled. You need only to become present. A whispered yes can open what years of striving could not. A sincere "here I am" can become the beginning of a new chapter in your life. The path that Samuel walked, the path of learning to hear, learning to trust, learning to carry the word that was given to him, began in one quiet night with one honest response. Your path forward is no different. It begins not with more effort, but with more surrender. It begins not with getting louder, but with becoming still enough to receive what I have already been speaking. My beloved child, peace is often the doorway through which clarity comes. When your heart is frantic, every option looks like danger. But when my peace enters, the path does not always become easier, yet it becomes clearer. You begin to sense what is aligned with my character. You begin to recognize the difference between holy conviction and tormenting accusation. You begin to understand which voice is mine. I am teaching you to hear me. I am teaching you to trust the quiet. I am teaching you to wait in stillness without calling it abandonment. This is not a small lesson. It is the foundation of everything else I want to build in your life. My child, now I need to speak to something you have been carrying alone. Something you have not fully put into words, not even to yourself, because putting it into words would make it more real than you have had the strength to face. But I see it. I have always seen it. You have lived inside a weight that most people around you did not recognize. Not because they were cruel, though some were, but because the heaviest burdens are often the invisible ones. The ones that do not show on the outside. The ones you learned to cover with a steady voice and a managed expression, and the practiced art of seeming fine when you were not fine at all. I watched you do it. Day after day, I watched you walk into rooms carrying more than anyone in those rooms understood. I watched you answer questions about how you were doing with words that were true enough to say, but not true enough to satisfy the deeper question. I watched you smile when your chest was tight. I watched you give when you were already empty. I watched you encourage others during seasons when you were quietly losing your own footing. My child, I am not telling you this to make you feel exposed. I am telling you because I want you to know. Nothing you were carrying was hidden from me. Not the weight of the nights when your thoughts would not quiet. Not the grief you carried for things you could not explain to anyone because you were not sure anyone would understand. Not the loneliness that sat beside you even in rooms full of people. Not the low, persistent ache of a life that felt like it was supposed to be something more than what it had become. I know how many mornings you woke already tired. Not tired from lack of sleep, but tired from the effort of holding everything together. The effort of managing fear, managing disappointment, managing the gap between the life you were living and the life your spirit knew was possible. That kind of tired goes all the way down. It is not fixed by a night of rest or a change of scenery. It is fixed only by what I am bringing to you now. And I want you to know something else. The battles you fought inside yourself, the ones no one saw, the ones that left no visible mark, those were real battles. They cost you something. The courage it took to keep moving when you felt like stopping. The strength it took to trust when trust had been broken. The hope it took to hold on when holding on felt like the least sensible thing you could do. None of that was small. Heaven witnessed it. And heaven does not witness things and forget them. Say, I receive, if you believe heaven has been watching over your life. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. My child, there were moments you came very close to giving up, not in a way that announced itself, but in a quiet, interior way. The slow withdrawal of hope, the gradual dimming of expectation, the almost imperceptible shrinking of what you allowed yourself to believe was possible for your life. You didn't tell anyone. But I felt it. I felt every small retreat, every quiet surrender, every moment your spirit said, perhaps this is all there is for me. And every time you reached that place, I stepped in, not always visibly, not always in a way you could point to and call miraculous. Sometimes it was as small as a breath of calm that came when the panic should have increased. Sometimes it was a word from someone who could not have known what you needed to hear, and yet somehow said it. Sometimes it was a moment of unexpected peace that had no logical explanation given everything that was happening around you. That was me, moving in the hidden places, refusing to let you fall past the point of return. You thought you kept going because of some resilience buried inside you, and you are not wrong. That resilience is real. But it was sustained by something more than your own reserves. I held you when your own strength ran out. I carried parts of your life that you did not know I was carrying. I walked into places in your story that you thought you were walking alone, and I walked them with you. Nothing you endured was watched from a distance. Not one moment of your breaking was observed without my presence beside you. I did not stand apart and simply record your suffering. I was in it with you. And because I was in it with you, it did not destroy you. It bent you in ways that cost you greatly, but it did not break you completely. And that was not luck. That was me. My child, You carried responsibilities that were too heavy for one heart. You carried pain from people who should have known better. You carried guilt over things that were never your fault, and shame over seasons you did not choose. All of it layered itself over your spirit until you could not fully remember what it felt like to move lightly through a day. And still, you kept showing up. Still, you kept trying. Still, you kept giving to others what you were struggling to give to yourself. I saw the courage in that. Not the loud, visible courage that the world celebrates, but the quiet, daily courage of someone who keeps choosing to live with integrity when it would be easier not to. That kind of courage matters to me. It does not go unseen in heaven, even when it goes unseen on earth. I am not done with your story. I have never been done with your story. And what I am preparing to do next in your life will make sense of much that you have been carrying. Not because suffering is meant to be romanticized, but because nothing you have walked through has left my hands without being shaped into something that will serve you. The hardest chapters of your life are not the final word. They are the ground that something new is being built upon. My child, I need you to hear what I am about to say, not with the surface of your mind, with the deep place within you that I have been drawing close throughout this moment. Because what I am about to declare over your life is not a comfort offered to make the present easier. It is a statement of what heaven has already decided. The season that has been wearing you down is over. Not eventually. Not when circumstances shift. Not when the right doors open or the right people arrive or the right amount of time has passed. Over. The long chapter that drained your strength, confused your direction, and made you question things you should never have had to question. That chapter has reached its appointed end. I am closing it myself. And what I close, nothing and no one on earth or beneath it can reopen. You may ask me, how can you say it is finished when I can still feel the weight of it? And I will answer you with truth. Things end in the unseen before they end in the felt. A season closes in heaven before the soul on earth is caught up to it. Freedom is declared in the spiritual world before it manifests fully in the physical one. You have already stepped out of what was holding you. Your spirit is ahead of your emotions right now. Your emotions are adjusting to a reality that heaven has already sealed. The moment I spoke these words, the grip of that season loosened. The moment I declared the shift, the darkness lost its authority over this chapter of your life. You are catching up to something heaven has already done. My child, no old battle will follow you into what I am opening next. What tried to destroy you in the season behind you has no access to the one I am stepping you into. The fear that chained your thinking, the confusion that clouded your purpose, the heaviness that sat on your chest in the night, none of it has been given permission to cross into your new beginning. I have put a wall between your yesterday and your tomorrow, a wall built not by your effort, but by my word. And my word stands. The relationships that drained you will not enter. The cycles that left you exhausted will not repeat. The voices that lied to you about your worth, your future, your place in this world, those voices have been cut off from you. Not every ending you experienced was a loss. Some of what fell away was removed precisely because it could not have traveled with you where I am taking you. I was clearing the road before you knew the road was changing. There were things you mourned that I removed on purpose. Opportunities that died, doors that shut, paths that closed even when you pushed against them with everything you had. You stood before those closures in grief and in confusion. You asked me why. You asked why the thing you worked toward or prayed for or invested in would not remain. And I am telling you now, Those endings were not failures. They were directions. I was not withholding good from you. I was protecting you from what would have kept you from the better thing I had already prepared. My beloved child, a pruned branch does not look blessed. It looks cut. It looks set back. It looks like loss. But pruning is not punishment. It is preparation for a fruit that the unpruned branch could not have carried. You have been pruned, and now you will bear what you could not have borne before. The enemy tried to make you read those endings as rejection. He tried to make you interpret my redirections as evidence that you were not wanted, not worthy, not chosen. He fed you the lie that the closed doors were confirmation of your worst fears about yourself. But not one of those closed doors was rejection from me. Every one of them was protection. I saw what was on the other side that you did not see, and I loved you enough to say no, even when you were asking with everything in you. My child, this is what I need you to carry forward. I am not a God who ignores the details of your life. I am not distant and indifferent to what happens in your days. I am present in the specific moments, in the specific doors, in the specific relationships and seasons and choices that have shaped where you stand today. Nothing was random. Nothing was left to chance. And none of it, not even the most painful part of it, happened outside of my awareness or beyond the reach of my redemption. The old season is finished. Your spirit knows it, even if your mind is still adjusting. Something has already shifted. The ground beneath you is not the same ground it was before this moment began. You are standing right now at the beginning of something new. And the new thing I build in your life will not resemble the ruins of what the old season left behind. It will be built on foundations the old season could not shake, because I am the one laying them. My beloved child, when heaven decides something concerning a life, earth moves to align with that decision. That is not a metaphor. That is how my authority works. I did not create you and then step back from the details. I am actively present in the story of your life, and I am active in this moment. I am declaring an end to what has been holding you, and I am declaring a beginning to what I have been preparing for you. You walked through a long night, but the night has an end. The morning I am releasing into your life is not the fragile kind that fades when the next difficulty arrives. It is a morning that changes the quality of everything that follows. It is a morning built on the truth of what I have declared over you, and that truth does not change with the weather of circumstances. Walk forward from this moment differently. Walk forward knowing that the chapter behind you has been closed by my hand. Walk forward knowing that what you are stepping into was not assembled in a hurry. I have been preparing this for longer than you have been waiting for it. And it is ready, and you are ready, even if readiness does not feel the way you thought it would. My child, I want to lift something for you now, something that will change the way you understand the battles you have walked through. Because you have been carrying a story about those battles that is not fully true. And a false story about your suffering shapes how you see yourself, how you see the future, and how much you allow yourself to hope. The truth is this: you were not attacked because you were weak. You were attacked because you carry something that darkness feared. Let that settle for a moment. The pressure that came against your mind, the thoughts that told you that you were not enough, that tried to convince you to quit, that planted fear in places where I had planted purpose. That was not random. The waves of confusion that rose at the exact moments you were beginning to make progress. The sudden storms that broke out right when something good was forming in your life. Those were not coincidences. The timing of your hardest seasons was deliberate, and the deliberateness was not from me. It was from the one who saw what I placed in you and wanted to stop it before it could rise. The enemy is not stupid, my child. He does not waste energy on lives that have no impact. He does not fight what poses no threat. He targets what carries real potential and real light. And he targeted you. He saw the calling on your life before you fully understood it. He saw the person you were becoming through the refining of those difficult seasons. He saw the strength that was forming in you. He saw the wisdom that was developing in the places that hurt the most. He saw the compassion that was growing because you had walked through your own darkness and survived it. And all of that frightened him, because someone with your story, who has been through what you have been through, and still believes, still reaches for hope, still refuses to become hard, that person carries a dangerous kind of light. You thought you were barely surviving those seasons. You thought you were failing because the weight never seemed to lift fast enough, because the answers did not come when you asked for them, because the battles went on longer than you thought you could endure. But I tell you now, you were not failing. You were overcoming. And the enemy fought you hardest in those moments because he knew how close you were to breaking through to the place he never wanted you to reach. My child, in your most difficult seasons, heaven was fighting for you in ways you could not see. When fear pressed against your mind in the night, something held the line. When hopelessness tried to take root in your spirit, something in you remained that would not let it fully settle. When the darkness tried to convince you that your story was over, something kept you reaching. That was not only your will, that was my hand. Angels moved on your behalf. Paths of destruction were blocked before they reached you. Moments that were aimed at your breaking were redirected. You walked through some seasons without knowing how many things were being held back from you that were meant to do far more damage. You did not fall because heaven refused to let you fall. You thought it was your own endurance, and your endurance was real. But beneath it, sustaining it, was my protection. You were covered in seasons you did not know you were covered. Declare, I am chosen, if this truth is reaching a place in you that needed it. My beloved child, the attacks came against your mind. Thoughts that questioned your identity, your worth, your right to hope. The enemy knows that a person who does not know who they are is a person who cannot fully walk in what they were created for. So he aimed at the root. He aimed at your sense of self. He tried to make you forget who you are by burying the truth of it under enough pain, enough disappointment, enough silence, that the truth became hard to feel, even if you still believed it. But identity is not determined by how clearly you can feel it. Your identity was set by me, and what I set does not dissolve, because life became difficult. You are still who I said you are. Every season of confusion, every chapter of pain, every voice that tried to name you by your losses and your failures, none of it changed the name I placed on you. You are mine. That has not shifted, not 1 degree. The attacks also came against your relationships. People who should have been safe became sources of wounding. Trust was broken in places where trust should have been protected. Community failed you in moments when community was most needed, and I know how much that cost you. I know how the wounds from people who were supposed to love you well go deeper than wounds from strangers. I know how they change the way you approach trust after the fact. But hear me on this. I have not left your relational life in ruins. The relationships that were removed from you, whether by betrayal or simply by the natural ending of seasons, those removals were not the final word on what is possible for you in love and in friendship and in belonging. I am building something new in that area of your life too. What I am bringing to you will not replicate the pain of what you lost. It will be built on different ground, steadier ground, ground I have prepared. Every attack that came against you missed its ultimate target. You are still here. You are still standing. You are still believing. And the life I have called you toward is not only still possible, it is now more possible because of what you have walked through and survived. My child, I want to take you somewhere now, into a place most people resist going because it requires looking at your story differently than pain has trained you to look at it. I want to show you the underside of the things you thought were losses. I want to show you what my hand was doing in the seasons that felt like silence. You have prayed prayers that were not answered the way you asked. You know this. There were specific requests, specific pleas, specific moments when you laid something before me and waited, and the answer that came back was not the one you needed it to be. And you interpreted those moments as evidence of one thing, that I was not listening, or that I was listening but did not care enough to act, or that something in you made you unworthy of the answer you were asking for. All of those interpretations were wrong. I want to correct them now. When I did not answer a prayer the way you asked, it was not because I was absent. It was because I was active, but in a different direction than the one you were pointing. My silence was not indifference. My silence was strategy. My no was not rejection. My no was protection. There were relationships you wanted to keep that I allowed to end. You prayed for them to be restored. You believed with real faith that things could change. And they did not change, not in the way you prayed. And you grieved that. You may still grieve it. But my child, if you could have seen what I saw, you would have wept with relief that those things ended. You were asking me to preserve something that would have cost you more than you could afford to spend. You were asking from the place of what you knew. I was deciding from the place of what I saw. And what I saw required a no. Those closed doors were not evidence of my distance. They were evidence of my nearness. I was close enough to your story to see what you could not see. I was active enough in your life to move things before they could reach you. The loss you felt was real. The pain of it was real. But the loss itself was a rescue, even when it did not feel like one. My beloved child, there were opportunities you tried to force into existence that would have led you down a path that narrowed rather than widened. You would have given years to something that would have ended in exhaustion and emptiness. You would have invested deeply in a direction that was not aligned with what I had placed in you. You would have settled, not because you lacked ambition, but because you did not yet know how to trust what I was doing in the delay. So, I closed those doors. Not to frustrate you, to free you from a smaller version of your life. And the delays, the seasons when forward motion seemed impossible, when you could not understand why things that should have moved were standing still. Those delays were not negligence on my part. I was working on layers you could not see. I was shifting people. I was moving timing into place. I was preparing you in ways that required more than you thought you needed. I was aligning the destination with the person you were still becoming. You could not step into what I had prepared until you had become what that place required. The delay was never about what you lacked. It was about what was still being completed in you and around you. My child, the unanswered prayers were not unanswered. They were answered differently. They were answered with a wisdom that will only become fully clear to you from a distance. There will come a moment, and some of you have already had glimpses of it, when you look back and understand why certain things did not go the way you planned. When you see how the no that broke your heart at the time was actually the hinge on which your story turned. When you recognize that the path you were trying to force would have taken you away from the life I was bringing you toward. I was not withholding from you when I redirected you. I was preparing you. I was not silent because I did not care. I was silent in the way a surgeon is silent, focused, intentional, working on what needs to be done, rather than narrating every step. My silence in those seasons was active, not passive. I was present. I was working. I was fighting for your future in rooms you did not even know existed. My beloved child, every single thing in your story, the answered prayers and the redirected ones, the open doors and the closed ones, the seasons of abundance and the seasons of waiting, all of it has been within my sight. All of it has been held in my hands. Nothing fell through a gap. Nothing was lost to chance. Nothing in your life was left outside the reach of my purpose. So let the grief you carried over the closed doors begin to release. Let the anger you felt toward the endings that seemed cruel begin to soften into trust. Not because what happened was not painful. It was. But because the one who allowed it was not distant and careless. The one who allowed it was present and purposeful. And the purpose was always your good, always your protection, always the fuller life I have been building toward you. You are not a person who has been abandoned and redirected carelessly. You are a person who has been led, carefully, intentionally, with a love that did not flinch even when it had to say no to what you were asking for, in order to say yes to what I had already prepared. My child, this is where it all turns. This is the moment where what was behind you stops defining what is ahead of you. This is the crossing point, not a future one, not one that requires more time or more proving or more waiting. But this one, right here, in the breath you are drawing right now as these words settle into you. I am restoring you, not to the version of yourself that existed before the hard seasons. That person did not yet carry the depth you carry now. I am restoring you to the fullness of what I always intended you to be. The clarity you lost, I am giving it back. The confidence that was eroded by years of fighting battles you did not ask for, I am rebuilding it on ground that will not shift. The peace that was taken from you piece by piece, through disappointment and loss and the slow wearing down of hope, I am returning it, not in small amounts, but in a measure that matches what you surrendered. Joy is coming to you. And I do not mean a surface brightness that disappears when life applies pressure. I mean a deep-rooted joy that coexists with the hard things without being canceled by them. The kind that was in the psalm writer when he said, "You have turned my mourning into dancing." That kind. A joy that has passed through the fire and emerged something that fire cannot touch. Rest is coming to you. Not just the physical rest of a body that has been running too long, but the soul rest that comes when you finally stop carrying what was never yours to carry. When you set down the weight of outcomes you cannot control, the approval of people who were never meant to define you, the pressure of a timeline that was never in your hands to manage. When you let those things go, and I am helping you let them go, a rest enters your life that is entirely different from sleep. It is the rest of a soul that has found its ground again. Your sense of who you are is coming back to you. The long seasons of questioning your worth, your purpose, your place in this world, those seasons are behind you now. What I say about you is not canceled by what those seasons said about you. You are not defined by the moments when you were most confused, most afraid, most alone. You are defined by the word I placed over you before the storm, and that word has not changed. The ones you love, those you carry in prayer, the people whose names live in the deepest places of your heart, I see them too. What I am doing in you is not sealed off from them. The peace that enters your life has a way of moving outward. The restoration that begins in one heart rarely stays contained to that one heart. What I give you will travel. It will reach them in ways neither you nor they will fully understand. Trust me with them the way you are learning to trust me with yourself. My beloved child, the life I am opening in front of you is not a replica of what you lost. It is not a patched-together version of your old hopes rearranged to feel new. It is something I have been constructing since long before you reached the end of your own strength and had to stop trying to build it yourself. I know exactly what this life is meant to hold. I know exactly who it is meant to reach. I know exactly what your spirit is built to carry and what will bring you alive in a way that no amount of striving ever could. You do not have to engineer it. You do not have to force it into existence. You do not have to figure out every step before you take the first one. You only have to walk with me, close enough to hear me, open enough to follow when I lead, trusting enough to rest in the steps you cannot yet see. That is all. That has always been all. My child, you have endured a long night, but here is what I need you to know as you step forward from this moment. You did not survive those seasons merely to return to ordinary living. You survived them to step into something your spirit has always known was possible. The ache you felt for more than what you had been living. That ache was not restlessness. That ache was accurate. It was pointing toward the life I was keeping for you while the storm was doing what storms do. The storm is finished. The life is here. And so am I, right beside you as you take the first steps into it. My child, you may feel the unfamiliarity of a life no longer defined by struggle. Peace can feel strange to a soul that has lived so long inside difficulty. Let that strangeness settle. This is what it feels like when the weight finally lifts. You do not have to earn your way into what I am giving you. Simply open your hands and receive. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are stepping forward into the new season I have opened for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Set everything down. Let the noise around you fall quiet, because I have been trying to get your attention, and today you finally slowed down long enough to hear me. This is not an accident. You were not wandering when you arrived here. I drew you to this moment myself, and what I am about to speak over you was prepared long before you knew you would need it. There is a nudge in your spirit. You have felt it for days. A stirring you could not name, a pull you could not explain, a sense that something was about to change. Do not ignore it. That nudge was me. I have been reaching for you in 100 quiet ways. The thought that came out of nowhere and would not leave. The sudden urge to pray when you had almost given up on praying. The restlessness that settled over your ordinary routine, as if your own life were whispering that there is more. None of that was random. All of it was my hand on your shoulder. You have wondered why heaven felt silent. Hear me now. I was never silent. I was speaking in a register your hurry could not receive, so I began to slow you down. I let certain plans stall and certain doors stick, not to frustrate you but to turn your face toward mine. My child, a shepherd does not shout across the field when he wants one particular sheep. He walks toward it. He calls it by name. That is what this moment is. I am not addressing a crowd right now. I am speaking to you, one voice to one heart, because what I have prepared has your name on it, and no one else can claim it. Listen closely, because I want you to understand why the timing matters. There are seasons when heaven moves quietly, and there are seasons when heaven moves suddenly. You are standing at the border between the two. The long, quiet stretch behind you was not emptiness. It was the drawing back of the bow. And an arrow flies farthest when the pull has been longest. You almost did not make it to this moment. I know that. There were nights you thought about laying the whole thing down, the hope, the prayers, the believing. Something in you held on anyway. That something was not stubbornness. It was the thread of my spirit woven into you, and I never let it snap. So before I say anything else, I want to settle one question forever. You matter to me, not the polished version of you, not the person you pretend to be when others need you strong. You, as you are today, tired and unsure, and still listening. That is the one I came for. I know the questions you carry. Why has it taken so long? Why do others seem to move ahead while you wait? Why do the same battles keep circling back? I will answer those questions in this hour. But first, you must let go of one lie. The lie that says you were overlooked. You were never overlooked. You were being kept. There is a difference between being forgotten and being hidden. A treasure is not forgotten when it is buried. It is protected. I have kept you out of sight of certain people and certain opportunities because if they had reached you too early, they would have ruined what I was building in you. What felt like rejection was often my shielding. Now the hiding is ending. I am lifting the cover, and I need you awake for it. Because the things I do next will move quickly, and I do not want you to mistake them for coincidence. When the unexpected call comes, that is me. When the stranger speaks the exact words you prayed about in secret, that is me. When the stuck door swings open without your pushing, that is me. Do not let your mind wander now. The enemy would love nothing more than for you to drift away in the middle of this word, to remember some errand, to feel some sudden urge to be anywhere but here. Recognize that pull for what it is. Stay with me. The ones who receive everything I am releasing today are the ones who remain until the final word. I want you to breathe slowly as my voice reaches you. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. You have been braced for bad news for so long that your body forgot how to receive good news. So receive it now. I am for you. I have always been for you. And the report I carry today is not warning but promise. Some who hear this will think it is too good to be true. My beloved, I understand that caution. Life has taught you to guard your hope the way a burned hand guards itself from fire. But I am not life's disappointments. I am the one who spoke light into darkness. And when I say a thing, the thing itself must bend to obey. So here at the very start, I ask for something simple. Not perfection. Not a spotless record. Just an open heart. The smallest crack in the wall you built. Faith the size of a seed is enough for me to work with. I have moved mountains with less. This day is a marked day. Long from now, you will look back and divide your story into what came before this word and what came after it. I do not say that lightly, and I do not say it to everyone. I say it to you because I see what is already in motion behind the veil, and it is good. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is open to receive what I am about to speak. You said it, or your spirit said it for you, and heaven heard. Now lean in. What I show you next is the part of your story you were never able to see, the part that explains the tears, the delays, and the strange, stubborn hope that would not die. It is time you knew what has really been happening. Let me tell you what I have witnessed, because you have believed for years that your hardest hours went unseen. They did not. I was in the room every single time. I was there when you held yourself together in public and came apart the moment the door closed behind you. I heard the prayers that never made it into words, the ones that were only a long exhale and my name. I watched you get up on mornings when getting up was the bravest thing anyone did in that house. No one applauded. I noticed. I saw the betrayal too. I watched someone you trusted take your kindness and treat it as a thing to be spent. I heard the lies they told about you, and I saw how you bit your tongue instead of fighting back. You wondered if staying silent made you a fool. It did not. It kept your hands clean for what I am about to place in them. I know about the friend who vanished when your season turned hard. I know about the ones who should have shielded you and instead became the very source of the wound. You have replayed those moments 1,000 times, asking what you did to deserve them. Stop asking. The failure was theirs, not yours, and I have not forgotten the account. There were nights you lay awake and asked whether your prayers were reaching anything at all, or just rising into an empty sky. I want to answer that question plainly. Every one of them arrived. Not one was lost in transit. Some are answered already. Some are held for the right hour. And some I answered differently because I could see the whole road, and you could see only the bend. You have also carried the ones you love. You have stood in the gap for people who never knew you were praying for them, lifting their names in the dark while carrying your own weight in silence. That kind of hidden faithfulness has a sound in heaven. It is not a small sound. My precious child, here is what you must understand about the years that hurt. I did not cause every wound you carry. Some came from the cruelty of others, some from a broken world, some from choices whose cost you could not have known. But I wasted none of it. There is a difference. I do not manufacture sorrow, yet I refuse to let sorrow have the final word in the story of anyone who is mine. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. His brothers meant it for evil. The betrayal was real evil, not disguised blessing. Yet I bent even that evil to serve my purpose until the day the prison door opened, and the pit became a footnote. What others meant to bury you, I have been bending toward your good. The bending is almost complete. You learned things in those hidden years that no easy road could have taught you. You learned how to hear my voice when no other voice was kind. You learned who you are when no one is impressed with you. You learned that you can lose much and still stand. Do not despise that education. Kings have paid fortunes for less wisdom than you carried out of your worst season. And notice this, because it matters, you did not become cruel. Life gave you every excuse to harden, and you stayed soft where it counts. You still give. You still hope for others, even when hoping for yourself feels risky. That softness is not weakness. It is the proof that the enemy failed to make you into his image. I also saw what you did with your doubts. You brought them to me instead of letting them drive you away from me. You argued with me some nights. That is fine. Jacob wrestled until daybreak and left with a limp and a blessing. I would rather have your honest wrestling than your polite distance. Now here's something you have needed for a long time. You are not behind. The clock you measure yourself against was built by people who cannot see what I see. Abraham was old when the promise arrived. David waited years between the anointing and the throne. The timing of a promise belongs to the one who made it, and I have never once been late to my own appointments. Somewhere along the way, you started apologizing for your own existence. You shrink in rooms you were sent to fill. You call your dreams unrealistic and your needs too much. That ends today. I do not make apologetic creations. I made you on purpose, with intention, the way a craftsman makes a tool for a task he already has in mind. Say, I believe, out loud if this word is finding the hidden places of your heart. Good. Let that belief stand up straight inside you, because I am about to show you the other side of your story, the side that was hidden behind the veil. You have only ever seen your life from the ground. For the next few moments, I am going to let you see it from where I sit. From where I sit, the delays were not denials. From where I sit, the closed doors were not insults but detours around ruin you could not detect. From where I sit, the people who walked away created the vacancy that my chosen companions will soon fill. Nothing about your file reads like failure up here. It reads like the record of someone being trusted, slowly and deliberately, with much. And there is one more thing I witnessed that you should know about. Every time you were mistreated and chose not to repay it, every time you blessed someone who could do nothing for you, a record was kept. You thought those moments evaporated. They did not. They accumulated. And a stored-up record of hidden faithfulness always comes to payment in my kingdom, with int. Now I must expose something, because you cannot walk free while you still believe the report of your accuser. There has been a voice speaking against you for years. It sounds like your own thoughts, which is its cleverest trick. It arrives at your weakest hour, quotes your worst memories, and signs your name to its conclusions. Today I am putting that voice on trial. The accuser told you that you are a failure. I say you are a work in progress in the hands of a builder who has never abandoned a project. The accuser whispered that you are forgotten. I say your name is engraved where I cannot look without seeing it. The accuser said you are too damaged to be used. I say the vessels I use most were all mended ones, and the mended places are where my light passes through. The accuser told you that your best years are spent. I tell you the richest harvests come from fields that lay fallow the longest. He said your mistakes disqualified you. I say my mercy wrote the final ruling on your record and the verdict reads redeemed. He said you missed your one chance. I say I am the God of Peter on the beach, restoring in one morning what 3 denials had broken. He told you no one would ever truly choose you. I chose you, and I do not choose carelessly. He said your prayers change nothing. I say kingdoms have quietly turned on the hinge of prayers smaller than yours. He announced that you will end your days unnoticed and unfinished. I decree that what I began in you, I will complete, and the finishing will not be quiet. Whose report will you believe? You cannot carry both. One voice leads to a shrinking life, the other to an open door. Choose the voice that made you. Choose it today and every day after, until choosing it becomes the reflex of your heart. Understand why the accuser worked so hard on you. Liars do not spend years on worthless targets. He studied your calling before you ever sensed it, and everything he threw at you was measured against the size of what you carry. The fiercer the opposition, the greater the treasure it was sent to smother. You were not attacked because you are weak. You were attacked because of what your freedom will cost the darkness. Now I ask something of you, and I ask it as the one who is never taken from you without multiplying it back. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. Remember the widow at Zarephath. A handful of flour, a little oil, one last cake, and she gave it first to the man of God. The jar did not run dry, the jug did not fail, not because the amount was great, but because the trust was. It has never been about the size of the hand that gives. It is about the direction the heart is facing when it opens. Let me return now to the voice you must silence, because there is one more of its lies to break, and it is the deepest one. The accuser has told you that you are alone in the fight, that everyone who matters eventually leaves, that you must hold everything up yourself, because if you rest, it all collapses. This lie has driven you for years. It is why you cannot sleep some nights and cannot receive help on others. Hear the truth. You were never the only one holding your life together. My hand has been under the whole structure from the beginning. The nights you were sure everything would fall apart, and somehow morning came, and it had not fallen. That was not luck holding the beams. That was me. So I give you permission to put down what was never yours to carry. The outcome, the timing, the opinions of people who judged you without knowing the road you walked. Lay them down the way a laborer lays down a sack at the end of the day. You will feel lighter within the week, and lightness is something you have not felt in a long time. There is a boldness that returns when the accuser is silenced. You will notice it soon. You will speak in rooms where you used to shrink. You will try again in areas where you had quietly given up. This is not a change in personality. It is the sound of your true self, unburied. And when the old voice creeps back, because it will attempt a return, do not argue with it in your own strength. Answer it the way I answered in the wilderness, with what is written. It is written that nothing can separate you from my love. It is written that no weapon formed against you will prosper. It is written that the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Put the sword in your mouth, and the liar will not stay to hear the end of the verse. You have lived under a false verdict long enough. Consider it overturned this day. The court of heaven does not echo the accusations of your past. It echoes the blood that answered them. Walk out of the cell. The door was unlocked the moment mercy spoke, and mercy has been speaking over you since before you knew to listen. Now let me show you the architecture of your struggle, because your battles have not been scattered and random. They have been concentrated at 3 doors. 3 areas of your life have stood locked while you knocked and pushed and wept on the threshold. Provision, companionship, purpose. I am going to speak to each one, and as I speak, hear the sound of iron giving way. The first locked door is provision. You have worked harder than most and held less than many, and the arithmetic of it has never made sense to you. Money arrived and evaporated. Opportunities ripened and then rotted a day before your hand could reach them. You began to suspect that something was set against you, and in this, you were not imagining things. But hear what that lock could not do. It could not make you dishonest. You were squeezed for years and never once decided that cheating was the answer. It could not make you stingy either. Even in lack, you shared. Do you understand how rare that is? A person who stays generous while empty has passed a test that most who are full will never even sit for. That test is over. I am opening the door of provision, and I will open it in ways you did not engineer, so that you will know the hand behind it was mine. Watch for provision that arrives without your striving. Watch for the debt that shrinks faster than the numbers say it should. Watch for the idea that comes to you in an ordinary hour and turns out to carry your increase inside it. When these things unfold, do not call them luck. Call them by their name: faithfulness. The second locked door is companionship. This lock has been the most painful because it made you conclude that the problem was you. You attracted takers and repelled the steady ones, or so it seemed. You sat in gatherings and felt like a stranger at your own table. You know how to be alone in a crowded room. That is a skill no one should have to learn as well as you learned it. Here is what was true behind the veil. Some of that isolation was protection. There were bonds that looked appealing which would have chained you to smallness, and I kept them from closing around you. And some of the loneliness was seasonal, the emptiness of a field between plantings. The field is not barren, it was resting before the seed. Now I am sending companions suited to who you are becoming, not who you were. They will recognize you quickly. There will be an ease in their presence that you stopped believing was possible. They will speak to the strength in you rather than feeding on it. And when they come, receive them without suspicion. Not everyone carries a hidden knife. The ones I send carry bread. But make room. This is your part at the second door. There are connections in your life that empty you by the hour, voices that leave you smaller after every conversation. I am not asking you to hate anyone. I am asking you to stop watering what I have uprooted. Release what drains you gently and without drama, and the vacancy will fill with what I have prepared. A hand that clutches old stones cannot close around new treasure. The third locked door is purpose, and this is the lock the enemy defended most fiercely. You have felt it your whole life, the sense of being made for something you could not name. It visited you at odd moments, in the middle of ordinary work, a homesickness for a place you have never been. Then it faded, and the fading hurt worse than the longing. You concluded you were foolish to want more. You were not foolish. That longing was the compass needle of your calling, trembling toward its true north. The lock on this door was never able to remove your purpose. It could only delay your entrance. And a delayed entrance, my child, often means a grander room. Moses carried his calling 40 years in a wilderness before the bush burned. The calling did not expire in the desert. It matured there. The man who finally stood before Pharaoh could not have stood there at 20, full of his own strength. What you call your wasted years were the slow forging of a person who can carry weight without being crushed by it. So the third door is opening now, and this is how you will know. Assignments will find you. Needs will rise in front of you that match the exact shape of your gifting, as a lock matches its key. You will do something that feels almost easy, and others will call it remarkable. Pay attention when that happens. Ease plus fruitfulness is one of the surest signs that you are standing inside your design. And do not assume your assignment must look grand to be great. Some callings stand before multitudes. Most stand in doorways, kitchens, workrooms, and quiet conversations at the right hour. A single sentence spoken to the right soul at the right moment can outweigh years of applause. I measure greatness by obedience and by love, not by audience. If I hand you something that looks small, handle it as holy anyway. Small in your eyes has never once meant small in mine. Do not demand the whole blueprint at once. I do not hand out complete maps, because a person with a map stops holding the guide's hand. I will give you the next step, and light enough for it. When you take it, the step after that will appear. This is how the whole road will unfold, one obedience at a time, until you look back astonished at the distance covered. 3 doors, 1 key. The key has never been your effort, your connections, or your flawless record. The key is trust, turned by the hand of the one who owns the house. You have spent years studying the locks. Lift your eyes now to the locksmith. The scraping sound you hear in your spirit today is real. It is the sound of things opening that no man will be able to shut. Hear now what I am releasing, because the opening of doors is only the beginning. A door is an invitation. What passes through it is the inheritance. And I am sending through those open doors 4 things: healing, restoration, favor, and peace. Listen closely to each, because you will want to recognize them when they arrive. First, healing. I am speaking to your body, the faithful servant that has carried you through every one of these years and absorbed the cost of every worry. Stress has taxed it. Grief has taken up residence in its muscles and its sleep. Some of what troubles your flesh began in your sorrows, and as I heal the sorrow, the body will follow. I am also speaking to conditions that have resisted every remedy. I made every fiber of you, and nothing in you is beyond my reach. Strength you assumed was gone for good will begin returning in quiet increments. You will notice one day that you climbed the stairs without the old heaviness, that you slept through the night, that the ache you had accepted as permanent has grown strangely quiet. Receive these as what they are: my hand at work in your frame. And healing is more than the body. There are rooms in your memory you have kept locked because entering them costs too much. I do not heal by erasing. I heal by entering those rooms with you until you can stand in them without bleeding. The day is coming when you will tell of your worst season with steadiness in your voice. Not because it stopped mattering, but because it stopped ruling. Second, restoration. Someone who walked out of your story is going to reach back toward it. An apology you stopped waiting for is being formed in a heart that has finally seen its own fault. When it comes, you will have a choice, and I will help you make it wisely, because restoration is not the same as returning to what harmed you. Understand this clearly. Not every broken bond is meant to be rebuilt. Some endings were my mercy, and reopening them would only reopen wounds. But the bonds I ordained, the ones threaded with purpose, those I will mend, and the mended bond will hold more weight than the original. Trust me to sort the one from the other. I have never confused the two. Third, favor. This one you will notice in the response of the world around you. Places that dismissed you will reconsider. People in authority will look at you twice, and the second look will hold something new. Answers that used to be no will soften into yes, and you will not be able to point to anything you did differently. That is the mark of favor, outcomes that outrun explanations. Favor is not fairness. Fairness gives you what you earned. Favor gives you what I decree. Joseph earned a prison sentence he did not deserve, and favor made him governor in an afternoon. One day of favor can repay years of unfairness, and I specialize in exactly that arithmetic. Do not spend the coming season keeping score against the past. The repayment will not come from the people who owe you. It will come from me, and my rates are generous. Fourth, peace. Not the fragile pause between problems that the world calls peace, but the settled deep that holds even while storms argue overhead. This peace does not wait for circumstances to improve. It moves in first and renovates from within. You will feel it as a strange calm in situations that used to unravel you completely. Others will notice it before you do. They will ask what changed, and you will find you cannot fully explain it. That is how you will know it came from me, because you did not build it. Now, a word about how these 4 gifts travel. They rarely arrive with trumpets. Heaven's deliveries are usually quiet at the door. A conversation that turns unexpectedly warm. A letter with news you did not dare expect. A morning when the dread is simply absent. The proud miss their miracles waiting for spectacle. Be the one who recognizes me in the ordinary envelope. And a word about timing. These releases have already left the storehouse. Some are close, some are routed through events that have not yet happened, and a few are being held back by nothing except the readiness of other people. I'm still moving into position. Do not interpret the interval as refusal. A ship already launched is not a ship denied, even while it is still out of sight of the harbor. While you wait for what is in transit, steward what has landed. Thank me for the first small signs instead of holding your gratitude hostage until the full sum arrives. Gratitude is not merely politeness. It is the acknowledgement that widens the channel. The one who is faithful over little is the one to whom much can be safely sent, and I am watching how you handle the first fruits. There is one more gift folded inside the other 4, and it may be the greatest. As healing, restoration, favor, and peace do their work, you will begin to like the person you are becoming. The self-reproach that hummed beneath your days will fade. You will catch your reflection in a window and not flinch. My beloved, I have waited a long time for you to see what I see. That sight is part of the inheritance too. Declare, I receive it, if you are ready to take hold of what heaven is releasing over your life. Let those words stand as your signature on everything I have just spoken. Heaven treats such declarations seriously, more seriously than you know. The moment you spoke, something was sealed. Now stay with me, because I must prepare you for what comes next, and not all of it will be gentle. Great releases attract great resistance, and I want you armed before it arrives. What I have released you must now walk in, and walking requires instruction. Heaven has done what only heaven can do. There remains a part that belongs to you, and I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. Grace is free, but it is not passive. The sea parted for Israel, yet they still had to march across the floor of it. The first instruction is this: move before you see. Faith that waits for proof is not faith. It is spectating. Abraham packed and left for a land he could not have found on any map of his own making. Peter put his weight on water while the water was still behaving like water. The promise I have spoken over you will meet you in motion. Take the step you have been postponing, the conversation, the beginning, the request, the risk. Small is fine, delayed is not. The second instruction: govern your mouth. Your words are not commentary on your life. They are agents in it. Out of the same mouth can come agreement with my promise or agreement with your fear, and whichever you speak, you strengthen. From this day, let your speech take my side. When lack shouts, answer with provision. When dread mutters, answer with my record, which is long and unbroken. I am not asking you to deny difficulty. I'm asking you to stop prophesying against yourself. The third instruction: guard what you take in. You have a gate, and you are its keeper. Voices of despair will ask to lodge in your thoughts, some from ill-meaning people, some from the general noise of a fearful world. You cannot silence the noise, but you decide what gets a room for the night. Fill your inner house with what is true, noble, and full of hope. A mind fed on fear will starve the strongest faith. A mind fed on truth becomes very hard to defeat. The fourth instruction: keep the conversation open between us, not ceremony, conversation. Speak to me while you work, while you walk, while you wait in the tedious middle of ordinary days. Bring me the small things. Nothing that concerns you is beneath me. Prayer is not a lever you pull to extract outcomes. It is the current that keeps your heart in my presence, and hearts kept in my presence do not easily lose their way. Now I must speak plainly about resistance, because I warn those I love. When a captive is set free, the captor notices. As my releases unfold in your life, opposition will make an appearance. Expect discouragement to arrive wearing familiar faces, some who question your hope, some who mock it, some whose doubt sounds almost reasonable. Expect small crises timed with strange precision, disruptions that seem designed to fall on the eve of your progress. They are designed. That is exactly the point. Do not be alarmed by any of this, and do not read it as evidence that the promise failed. Read it correctly. Thieves do not gather at empty houses. The intensity of the interference is a measure of the value of what you now carry. When the resistance comes, it is not a sign that you took a wrong turn. It is often the surest sign that you took the right one. And remember who stands with you in it. I have set a hedge around you that was not voted on and cannot be lobbied. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Formed, yes. Prosper, no. Schemes will be drafted and will die in the drafting. Words will be spoken against you and will fall to the ground without a harvest. Your part in the battle is smaller than you think. Stand firm, keep your peace, and refuse to hand over your confidence. The rest of the war is mine, and I have never lost. Let me also warn you about a subtler enemy than any attack: the drift back to old patterns. After enough years, even a cage can feel like shelter, and there will be moments when the new territory feels so unfamiliar that the old smallness whispers an invitation home. Do not accept it. Lot's wife looked back at a burning past and became a monument to hesitation. Set your eyes forward. The unfamiliar is not the unsafe. It is simply the shape of a future you have not memorized yet. Practice expectation as a discipline. Rise in the morning with the assumption that I am already at work in the day ahead of you. Expectation is not arrogance. It is the posture of a child who knows the character of the Father. Those who expect nothing sleep through their own answered prayers. Those who watch see. I would have you among the watchers. Practice gratitude the same way, especially on the days when evidence is thin. Thank me in advance the way farmers thank the sky before the rain, because they know the season even when the ground is still dry. Gratitude spoken before the answer is the highest compliment faith can pay. It tells heaven you trust the character of the promiser more than you need the sight of the promise. And practice rest. This one will surprise you, but hear it. Exhaustion is not a badge of faithfulness. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I did not exempt you from it. Some of what you call anxiety is simply weariness wearing a costume. Sleep without guilt. Be still without earning it. The work that matters most in your life right now is work only I can do, and I do not require your worry as a contribution. One more instruction, and it may be the hardest. Forgive. Not because they deserve it. Some do not. Not because the wound was small. It was not. Forgive, because unforgiveness is a chain with one end around your own wrist, and everything I am leading you toward requires your hands free. You do not have to trust them again. You do not have to explain it to anyone. Just hand me the debt, and let me be the judge I have always been. The moment you release it, you will feel the difference in your steps. These are your orders for the season, and none of them is beyond you. Move before you see. Speak life. Guard the gate. Stay in conversation with me. Stand when resistance comes. Look forward, expect, give thanks, rest, and forgive. Do these, and the releases I have spoken will not merely visit your life. They will settle in it and build. Now lift your head, because I am about to close this word the way a king closes a decree, with a seal and a sending. Everything I have spoken over you in this hour is now in motion. The doors are opening. The releases are in transit. The accuser's verdict is overturned. What remains is for you to cross the threshold, and I will not send you across it empty-handed or alone. In the days just ahead, watch for the first sign. I tell you this so that when it comes, you will not explain it away. It may be modest, a message from an unexpected quarter, a kindness with no visible cause, a provision that arrives sideways through a door you were not watching. The first sign is rarely the largest. It is the handshake before the covenant, my way of saying, you heard correctly. After the first sign, confirmations will begin to gather. Different voices will say the same thing to you without knowing each other. Circumstances will rhyme with what I have spoken here. You will open the scriptures at random and find them oddly specific to your situation. When it happens once, you may call it chance. When it keeps happening, call it what it is. A father making himself unmistakable to a child he is leading somewhere new. Then will come the season of building, and I want you sober about it. New seasons are not endless mornings. There will still be work, still be weather, still be days that feel like the old days. The difference is not the difficulty vanishes. The difference is the difficulty stops being in charge. You will meet obstacles as a person under assignment meets them, as things to be moved through, not verdicts to live under. That shift, quiet as it sounds, changes everything it touches. As you walk, remember that you are becoming an answer to other people's prayers. This is part of the purpose I unlocked. Near you, this very week, is someone standing where you stood, worn thin, wondering if anyone sees, close to setting the whole thing down. You will recognize the look because you wore it. When you do, speak. Tell them the night ends. Tell them what you know now from the inside. Comfort travels with a special authority when it comes from someone who needed it first, and I am entrusting you with that authority. Do not underestimate what your endurance has already preached. People watched you go through what should have leveled you, and they watched you still be standing on the other side. Some of them drew conclusions about me from the way you survived. You were a letter you did not know you were writing. In the season ahead, I will let you read some of the replies, and hear this about the ones you love, the ones you have carried in prayer through all these years. I have not been idly listening to those prayers. I have been working in lives you cannot supervise, softening ground you cannot reach, arranging encounters you could not engineer. Some of the answers will surface in the season ahead, and a few will astonish you. Keep carrying them. No prayer offered in love is ever wasted labor. Let me also settle you about the past one final time. You will be tempted, even in the good days ahead, to grieve the years the locks were on the doors. When that grief comes, bring it to me, but do not let it write the story. I am the God who restores what was eaten and repays what was stolen. And my restorations are not refunds, they are multiplications. The years ahead of you can hold more than the years behind you lost. Believe that, and the past loses its power to tax the future. Now receive my blessing, because I do not end this word with instructions. I end it with benediction. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper past explanation. I bless your going out and your coming in. May every road rise to meet your assignment. I bless your table. May it never lack bread, and may it always have room for the guest I send. I bless your sleep. May it be deep, and may your waking thoughts reach for me before they reach for worry. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly. I bless your ears, that my voice would stand out from the noise all your days. I bless your heart, the brave, patched, persistent heart that kept beating hope when hope was expensive. It will not be put to shame. And I bless the ones you love. May the goodness that finds you overflow its banks and water every life joined to yours. Carry this hour with you. When the old heaviness attempts a return, come back to what I have said and read it aloud to your own soul, the way David strengthened himself in me when everything at Ziklag was ashes. A word from me doesn't expire between hearings. It will be as alive next month as it is this moment, because I do not speak in fading ink. And remember, above every promise, the promiser. More than the open doors, I give you myself. I am with you when the signs are frequent, and with you in the quiet stretches between them. I am with you in the room where you pray, and in the rooms where you forget to. There is no hour of your future that I have not already entered ahead of you, and no future hour where you will look for me and find me absent. You came to this moment carrying questions, and I have answered the deepest one. You were never forgotten. You were being kept, prepared, and positioned, and the keeping is complete. The season of the locked doors is behind you. The season of the open ones has begun. Walk into it the way loved people walk, unhurried, unafraid, and sure of the arm beside them. Go now with my peace, resting on you like a garment. Go with my favor moving ahead of you into every room. Go with my word alive in your chest, and let it be louder than every voice that ever told you less. I have loved you with an everlasting love, and everlasting means this day and tomorrow, and every step of the long, bright road I have prepared. This is my word over you, and it will not return to me empty. It will accomplish everything I sent it to do in your life. I have spoken, and heaven stands behind every syllable. The rest of your story starts now, and I am in it, from this line to the last. If you believe this word was meant for you, seal it now and declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready."
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Do not turn away from me now. I am speaking to you with an urgency that cannot wait for a better moment, because there is no better moment than this one. Something heavy is trying to cross into your life, and I am reaching you before it arrives. I am not speaking to frighten you. I am speaking to save you. If you walk away from these words, you may walk straight into what I am trying to place behind you. Hear me clearly. Danger grows when guidance is ignored. Protection rises when you listen. This is the simple truth I am setting before you today, and everything else I say will rest upon it. Stay with me now, because this is where your safety begins. You feel something inside you at this very moment. A pull. A stillness that tells you not to brush this aside as another passing word. That feeling is not random. It is the part of you that still hears me clearly, even when your mind is tired and the world around you is loud. I placed that pull in you, and I am using it now to hold your attention, because what I have to say cannot be missed. Something is trying to move into your life that does not belong there. It carries confusion. It carries loss. It carries a weight you were never meant to bear. I am standing between you and that moment, and I'm calling you to listen carefully, so you do not walk into it unaware. This is why I say do not turn away. To turn away from my voice is to walk without covering. You have been through seasons before that shook you deeply, You remember how it felt when everything seemed to fall apart without warning, when the ground you trusted gave way beneath you. I was there. I saw every silent struggle you never spoke aloud. I heard the words you prayed into the dark when you thought no one was listening. I never left, not even when you turned away, not even when you forgot how to listen. Now I am asking you to stay, because I am about to guide you away from something that could bring that kind of shaking again, only stronger. If you value your peace, if you value your future, if you value the ones you carry in prayer, then remain here and let me speak into your situation. What I reveal is not meant to alarm you. It is meant to prepare you, so you stand firm instead of falling into something you could have stepped around. There are paths forming ahead of you even now. Not all of them lead to peace, though some of them look smooth at the start. You have been close to a decision, close to a direction that seems harmless on its surface. But it carries consequences you cannot yet see. I see what you cannot see. I know where each road bends and where each road breaks, and I am stepping in to turn you before the turning becomes costly. Listen closely, because the next steps you take will shape what follows. You are not weak and you are not forgotten, even if you have felt overlooked, even if you have grown tired of waiting for things to change. I chose to speak to you because your heart still listens. In a world full of noise, that is no small thing. It is the very reason my word can reach you now. The trouble I speak of is not something you are appointed to suffer. It is something you are meant to avoid through attention and obedience. That is why I am here now. Not later, not after the damage is done. Now, while there is still time to shift your direction. A warning that arrives after the fall is only a lament. A warning that arrives before the fall is a rescue. Receive this as rescue. There are people near you whose intentions are not fully clear. There are situations that appear calm on the surface but carry hidden weight beneath, like deep water moving under still ice. You have sensed this. You felt it, and then talked yourself out of it, hoping things would settle on their own. I am telling you plainly, ignoring these signals can open doors you never intended to open. Become aware, become careful. Stand grounded in what I am telling you. This is not protection through fear. It is protection through attention. Fear closes the eyes. Attention opens them. I am opening your eyes today, my child, because an open eye sees the pit before the foot reaches it. You are not alone in this moment, even if it feels like you are the only one carrying these thoughts. I am closer than your breath. I am guiding you step by step, even in the hours when you feel nothing at all. Every time you choose to listen instead of rushing forward, you place yourself under protection instead of chaos. Every time you pause at my voice, a trap somewhere ahead of you loses its power. There is a shift that needs to happen inside you, and it begins today. It is the shift from rushing into decisions toward pausing and seeking wisdom. You have been moving quickly, trying to repair what feels broken with your own two hands, trying to outrun the ache of uncertainty. I understand your urgency, but hear me. Speed without direction leads to regret. A runner on the wrong road only gets farther from home. When you slow down and listen, you allow me to set the right steps in front of you. This is how you move forward without falling. This is how the snare is broken before it closes. I am not here to take your freedom. I am here to guard your future. Everything I say flows from love, even when it arrives with weight and fire in it. You matter more than you have been told. Your path holds more purpose than anyone has shown you. That is why I refuse to stay silent while something gathers against your peace. I speak because I love you. I warn because I will not stand by and let the enemy of your soul take what I have prepared for you. So stay. Listen. Let every word find its place in you. Declare your amen if you have faith. There is something unfolding quietly around you. It makes no noise, yet it carries weight enough to shake your peace if you are not aware of it. I am drawing your attention to it now, so you do not walk into it blind. When you stay with me like this, you are choosing light over confusion. That choice is already protecting you, even before you understand how. You have noticed small signs lately, moments that did not sit right, words that stayed in your mind longer than they should have, a heaviness in a room that everyone else seemed to ignore. Those were not accidents, and they were not your imagination. They were warnings your spirit recognized even while your thoughts tried to dismiss them. I placed that awareness in you for a reason. Now I am asking you to trust it instead of brushing it aside. Understand how danger moves. It rarely announces itself. It does not always come loudly kicking down the door. More often it slips in quietly, through decisions made in haste, through friendships accepted without discernment, through distractions that eat the hours I gave you for better things. I am teaching you to recognize it while it is still small. A fire noticed at the first thread of smoke is easily put out. A fire ignored becomes a ruin. There is a pattern that has been forming in your life, a cycle that returns in different clothing but carries the same ending. You know the feeling. Things seem steady, and then, suddenly, everything tilts, and you are left holding pieces and asking how it happened again. I am breaking that pattern now by naming it before it repeats. You were not made to relive the same sorrow in new seasons. You were made to rise above it with wisdom I supply. When you understand, you move differently. When you move differently, your future changes. This is why I speak so plainly to you today. Clarity is the key that opens the lock the cycle has kept you in. Hear this also. There's an influence near you that pulls your decisions slightly off course. Not enough to notice in a day, enough to matter in a year. It may feel harmless. It may even feel comforting. But beneath it runs a direction that does not lead to your peace. I am asking you to step back and observe before you give it more of your time, your energy, or your trust. Not everything that feels right in the moment is right for your future. I see the whole field. You see one row. Let my sight guide your steps. You have been carrying a quiet pressure inside you, a sense that something must change without knowing what or how. That pressure is not sent to crush you. It is sent to wake you. You cannot keep walking the same road and arrive at a different city. I am opening your eyes so you can turn while turning is still easy. When you listen now, you move by guidance. When you refuse, you are moved later by pain. Between those two ways of learning, choose the gentler one. I want you led, not driven. There are moments ahead that will test your focus. Distraction will come dressed as importance, pulling at your sleeve, insisting it cannot wait. In those moments, a small voice inside you will say, "Pause, think, look again." That voice is mine. It has kept you from more harm than you will ever know this side of eternity. If you override it, you will find yourself in places that drain you and choices that haunt you. If you honor it, you will step over pits you never even see. This is how the prudent walk, as it is written. The wise see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the price. You are stronger than you think. But strength without direction is a horse without a rider. You have power to endure, yet I would rather you not spend it on battles you were never assigned. Some struggles can be avoided entirely by one act of listening, one moment of patience, one refusal to rush. You do not need to prove your strength by walking into storms. True strength bows its head and asks which way to go. That is the strength I am building in you. Now look at the door standing before you. It has the shape of an opportunity. It promises progress, relief, a way out. But I am telling you to look deeper before you step through. Not every open door is opened by my hand. Some doors are tests. Some are traps dressed in welcome. The lessons behind the wrong door come with wounds that take years to close, wounds you were never meant to carry. Wait. Judge the fruit, not the paint. When the right door comes, it will not bring confusion trailing behind it. It will bring peace walking beside it. You have been asking for protection. You have been asking for clarity, for some sign that you are not facing all of this alone. This is that answer, though it comes differently than you expected. Protection does not always look like comfort. Sometimes it looks like a warning that pulls you away from something you thought you wanted. Clarity does not always feel gentle. Sometimes it arrives urgent and direct, because it must reach you before you reach the edge. I am giving you both at once. Receive them fully. Safety comes by accepting what I give, not by bargaining with it. And remember who is speaking. I am the one who parted waters when there was no way through. I am the one who shut the mouths of lions and walked my servants through fire without the smell of smoke on their clothes. Nothing gathering near your life is hidden from me, and nothing hidden from me can stand against my purpose for you. The same hand that held them holds you. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. There is something in your life that needs to be released. It no longer serves your growth, yet you have held it out of habit or out of fear of the empty space it would leave behind. It may be a connection. It may be a way of thinking. It may be a routine that feels familiar while it quietly drains you. I am naming it now so you can set it down before it leads you into something heavier. Letting go is not loss when it protects your peace. It is strength in its purest form. The farmer who prunes the branch is not destroying the tree. He is preparing the harvest. You are not losing. You are making room. Trust that what leaves your hands is clearing the way for what I am sending. My word does not return to me empty, and neither will your obedience. You are not being punished, and you have not been singled out for hardship. What you are experiencing is positioning. I see what stands ahead on your road, and I care enough to speak into your present so your future stays steady. This is not about fear. It is about alignment. When you align with my voice, you stand firm even while everything around you shifts. That is the kind of stability I want for you, the kind that does not depend on calm weather. There is a weight that has been building slowly in your days, not heavy enough to stop you, just heavy enough to bend your direction without your notice. It hides in distractions. It hides in sharp reactions. It hides in choices made too quickly, without a single breath of reflection. These are the narrow gaps where trouble enters, not through great events, but through small, unguarded moments. Guard the small moments, and you guard the whole house. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. When Abraham lifted his eyes on the mountain, the ram was already in the thicket. The provision was in place before the need was visible. It is the same with you. What I have prepared for your coming days is already set along the road. waiting for you to arrive at it. Your part is not to produce the provision. Your part is to keep walking in trust until you reach it. You have been moving forward with good intentions, trying to do what is right, trying to hold your world steady. But intention alone cannot protect you if it is not joined to patience. There are places where your heart wants to move faster than your understanding, and that gap is exactly where missteps are born. I am slowing you down, not to frustrate you, but to keep you inside my timing. When you slow down, you see clearly. When you see clearly, you step over what would have brought sorrow later. There is someone connected to your life whose spirit does not match the direction I am leading you. This does not make them evil. It makes them misaligned with your assignment. Their presence leans on your decisions in ways that tilt you off course, a degree at a time. A single degree seems like nothing on the first day. After 1,000 steps, it is a different destination altogether. I am asking you to create space, to observe, to guard your heart, for out of it flow the springs of life. This is not rejection. This is stewardship of the path I gave you. You were never meant to carry everything alone, though you have learned to be strong and self-reliant. That strength helped you survive hard seasons. But survival and abundance are not the same country, and the road between them is called trust. You do not need to solve every riddle by yourself while I am standing here speaking. Trusting me means pausing to receive direction before you act. That pause is where clarity lives, and clarity is the wall around your peace. There is a decision ahead of you that deserves more attention than you plan to give it. It looks simple. It looks like something you could settle in an afternoon. I am telling you now, do not rush it. This decision carries weight that will touch not only you, but the ones you love. Approach it with calm. Approach it with prayer. When you do, details will surface that you would have missed at speed, and those details will point you to the right choice, like markers on a trail. You have been feeling a restlessness you cannot fully explain, a quiet discomfort under the surface of ordinary days. That feeling is not confusion. It is a signal. Something is shifting, and you are being called to adjust before the shift arrives in full. Restlessness often comes when change is required, but not yet begun. Do not numb it. Do not outrun it. Bring it to me, and I will translate it into instruction. When you answer the inner signal early, you stay ahead of what is coming. That is how you remain steady while others are caught off guard. Look also at your habits, the things you do without thinking because they are familiar. Some of them strengthen you. Some of them quietly pull you away from hearing me. I am not asking you to overturn your whole life in a day. I am asking you to become aware of what feeds you and what feeds on you. Awareness is the first mercy. Change is the second. Choose what strengthens you, and you become very hard to shake. A moment is coming when you will be tested, not in a way that breaks you, but in a way that reveals how well you have listened. You will face a choice that looks familiar, something you have met before wearing different clothes. The last time, it cost you. This time, you will see it coming. That is where your growth will show itself. Not in avoiding every trial, but in choosing differently when the old trial returns. I am preparing you for that moment right now, word by word. When it arrives, you will feel the pull of the old response rising in you. The old haste, the old appetite, the old excuse. And then you will feel something newer and quieter underneath it. The steadiness we have been building together. Follow the steadiness. One different choice at the familiar crossroad, and a cycle that has run for years comes to its end. This is how chains break, not with noise, but with one obedient step. Do not underestimate the power of staying near to me in small ways. A breath of prayer in the middle of an ordinary hour. A moment of thanks before you rise. A pause to ask me before you answer someone. These small turnings are not small at all. Each one strengthens your ear to hear and your will to follow. Transformation is not one great leap. It is 1,000 quiet returns to my presence, and you are already returning. There are layers to what I am showing you, and each day of listening peels another one back. At first, my word sounds like general counsel. Then you begin to see how precisely it touches your life. The decision you have been weighing, the person you have been trusting, the direction you have been considering. All of it is being brought into the light, not to overwhelm you, but so you can move wisely. Wisdom is the lamp that keeps your feet on solid ground when everything else feels uncertain. You have been standing at a quiet turning point, even if you did not name it as one. From the outside, nothing looks dramatic, but heaven marks this season in your life, because small shifts made here will decide large outcomes later. You're not stuck. You're being positioned. The bow must be drawn backward before the arrow flies. When you understand that, waiting stops feeling like abandonment and starts feeling like aim. Now attend to your thoughts, because not every thought in your mind was born there. Some were planted by old wounds. Some were spoken over you by careless mouths years ago and took root. Some are whispers from the enemy of your soul, dressed in your own voice. When you accept them without question, they begin to steer your actions. I'm asking you to slow down and test what you have been believing. Take every thought captive. Not every thought deserves your trust, and not every feeling deserves your obedience. Filter what you receive, and you will protect what you become. You have an instinct I wove into you, a quiet knowing that senses when something is off before your mind can explain it. There were times you overrode it, hoping to be wrong, hoping things would improve on their own. Some of your deepest regrets began in exactly those moments. I am strengthening that instinct now so you can honor it without apology. When you feel that inner hesitation, do not push past it to keep the peace or keep the pace. Stop. Ask. Listen. That hesitation is often my hand on your shoulder. There is a situation near you that seems stable on the surface but carries tension underneath. You have noticed the small tells. A change of tone. A silence where there used to be openness. Moments that did not add up. Do not explain these away. I'm not asking you to react with suspicion or fear. I'm asking you to respond with attention. What is noticed early can be handled gently. What is ignored grows teeth. Learn also what protection truly is. It is not the removal of every obstacle from your road. It is my guidance through the obstacles in a way that keeps you whole. There will always be moments that press you. But when you walk in awareness, those moments do not rule you. You respond instead of react. You consider instead of rush. That single shift moves you from being a target to being a watchman on the wall. There is still a part of you that wants to resolve everything at once, to sprint out of uncertainty because the waiting itches. I understand that ache. But decisions squeezed out under pressure are the ones most often regretted at leisure. I'm slowing your hand so your eyes can catch up. Trust this process even when it feels uncomfortable. A moment of discomfort under my instruction is worth years of ease on the far side of it. You have been carrying responsibilities that feel heavy, managing burdens while letting no one see the strain. In that tiredness, important details start slipping past you. I am calling your focus back before something that matters is missed. You do not have to carry all of it in your own arms. Cast the weight onto me, for I care for you, and I do not drop what I carry. Rest is not neglect of your duty. Rest is trust wearing work clothes. And set your boundaries, even where it feels uncomfortable to set them. You have allowed certain things to continue because addressing them felt harder than enduring them. But they have been taxing your peace, and the bill grows each month. Stand firm in what you know is right for your life. A boundary is not a wall against people. It is a fence around the garden I planted in you. Keep the fence, and the garden feeds everyone who enters by the gate. You have been surrounded by noise for too long. Voices pulling your attention in a dozen directions. Demands stacked on demands. A hum of worry that never quite goes silent. That noise makes it hard to hear what matters. It buries my guidance under a pile of urgencies that will not matter in a year. I am asking you to make room for quiet, even briefly, even imperfectly. I did not speak to my prophet in the wind, or the earthquake, or the fire. I spoke in a low whisper, and he had to still himself to hear it. It is the same with you. In quiet, clarity grows strong. In clarity, decisions grow wise. This is not about escaping your life or emptying your days. It is about choosing where your attention lives. Attention is the doorway of the soul. Whatever you attend to enters. Guard the doorway, and you guard everything inside. There are conversations coming soon. Words that will carry more meaning than they seem to at first hearing. Listen not only to what is said, but to what moves in you as it is said. Truth has a weight the heart can feel beneath the words. If something rings hollow, do not silence that ringing just to keep things comfortable. Comfort is not proof of truth, and discomfort is not proof of danger. Ask me for discernment in the moment, and I will give it without scolding you for asking. Be careful, too, with what you share and with whom. Not everyone around you understands your journey, and not every ear is safe for your dreams. You have been open in ways that left you exposed, handing the tender things of your heart to people who did not know how to hold them. Joseph told his dream to his brothers and found a pit waiting. Some things I show you are for you and me alone until their season. Silence, rightly used, is armor. Choose your confidants the way you would choose someone to hold a flame in a dry field. Speak, I receive this, if your heart is open today. There is a pattern of hesitation in you as well, a habit of doubting what you clearly sense. You second-guess the knowing I placed in you, waiting for outside confirmation that rarely comes in time. That hesitation has cost you moments when you could have stepped aside from harm or stepped into blessing. I am building your confidence now. When you sense my leading, you do not need the whole map to take the next step. Trust grows by walking, not by studying the road from a distance. Protect your focus, for it is one of the strongest things I have placed in you. Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Not every conflict requires your presence. Not every need within reach is an assignment with your name on it. Even my son, when the crowds pressed him, withdrew to lonely places to pray, and he did not heal in every town. He moved as the Father directed, nothing more, nothing less. Learn that rhythm. When you spend your strength only where I send you, your strength is always enough. You are stepping into a season where awareness will guide you more than habit does. At first, this will feel strange, like writing with your other hand. You are used to moving on old reflexes, reacting before thinking, deciding before praying. But as you keep listening, you will notice your responses growing calmer, your choices growing cleaner, your path growing steadier. This is the renewing of your mind I promised. It is not loud, it is thorough. And once it takes hold, it changes how you move through everything. Something will soon present itself as urgent, demanding immediate action, pressing you to decide before you can breathe. Mark my words on this. Not everything urgent is important, and not everything important arrives with alarm bells. Urgency is often the costume that pressure wears to bypass your wisdom. When the push comes, stand still. Stillness will reveal whether the thing is truly yours or merely loud. The one who believes will not be in haste. Calm is not slowness. Calm is command of your own steps. Your future is not meant to be shaped by fear. It is meant to be shaped by clarity and by covenant. Every warning I have spoken to you today is a lamp, not a lash. When you are aware, fear loses its grip, because you understand what is happening and you know what to do. You are not being led into darkness. You are being led out of it, one deliberate step at a time. And I do not lose travelers on my road. Notice how protection has already been at work around you. There were days you were delayed and grumbled at the delay, never seeing what the delay let pass ahead of you. There were requests denied that you mourned, doors closed that you pounded on, and behind some of them stood grief you never had to meet. You have been spared in ways that will only be understood when you see the whole story from my side of it. Let that settle your heart about the things I am asking of you now. The timing of all this is not random. You are being prepared just before something tries to enter your life, so that it finds you ready instead of surprised. Preparation is the difference between panic and peace. The wise virgins filled their lamps before the shout came at midnight, and when it came, they walked in without fear. I am filling your lamp right now. Stay with me while the oil is being poured. You are learning, too, that my voice has a signature. When something is truly from me, a calm arrives with it, even when the instruction is hard. When something is not from me, a subtle static comes with it, a tension that is not resolved no matter how you reason with it. These signals are not moods. They are part of how I lead you. Trust them, test them against my word, and they will keep you on the path when the fog is thick. There are people who will not understand your path, and their words may plant doubt in you without their meaning any harm. They speak from what they can see, and they cannot see what I have shown you. Do not hand them the pen that writes your direction. Noah built for years under a clear sky while neighbors shook their heads, and the rain proved the builder right. Listen to counsel with humility, but let my voice be the deciding one. When you stay aligned with what I have spoken, you remain steady even when others question every board you nail. You are learning to trust a deeper sense within you, one that does not beg for constant reassurance. That trust is growing because you keep showing up to listen. When it matures, you will no longer feel lost in uncertain seasons. You will move with a quiet confidence that needs no audience and no applause. It is not loud. It does not argue. It simply keeps walking in the direction I pointed, and it arrives. A situation is approaching that will ask you to respond with clarity instead of emotion. In earlier years, you would have answered from the wound, letting the feeling fire before the thought could load. This time you will feel something new between the spark and the flame. A pause. Space enough to breathe, to pray, to choose. I am placing that pause in you now, and it will save you from turning a small matter into a long war. The one who rules their own spirit is mightier than the one who takes a city. You have been carrying concerns you have never fully spoken, thoughts that circle at night, questions you swallow in the day because you are unsure where to set them down. Bring them to me out loud. I am bringing them to the surface, not to shame you, but so you can face them with understanding instead of dread. A worry named in prayer is already half its former size. You're not asked to solve everything at once. You're asked to stop hiding it from the only one who already knows. Think of the field the farmer lets rest for a season. To an impatient eye, it looks abandoned, wasted, going nowhere. But the soil is being restored in secret, minerals gathering, strength returning, so the next planting yields double. Parts of your life that look dormant right now are fields at rest under my order. Nothing is being wasted. Do not despise the resting field, and do not force a planting out of season. The harvest belongs to the one who honors the timing of it. Or consider the river. It does not argue with the mountain. It moves around, it moves under. It finds the low and honest way. And in 100 years it has carved a canyon that no hammer could have made. Your persistence does not need to be violent to be victorious. Keep flowing in the direction I have set, gentle and unceasing, and none of it will be wasted either. What blocks you today will one day be the banks that give your life its shape. There's a situation that may try to pull you back into an old pattern. It will come dressed in familiarity, whispering that this time will be different while carrying the same ending in its pocket. I am showing you beforehand, so recognition arrives before regret. When it appears, you will feel the old gravity. Stand in the new ground. One clear refusal at the right moment will close a door that has been swinging for years, and you will feel the wind of it stop at last. You are also learning quiet discernment, the strength to observe without instantly reacting. This is no small skill. The one who observes first understands, and the one who understands responds in a way that protects peace. You no longer need to prove anything by speed. Let others mistake your stillness for hesitation if they wish. Stillness that listens to heaven moves faster than haste that listens to panic. Small tests are ahead, not storms, just simple choices carrying deeper meaning than their size suggests. A word you could say and choose not to. An offense you could pick up and leave lying on the road. A shortcut you could take with no one else knowing. These little crossroads are where your growth will show itself. He who is faithful in little will be trusted with much. Pass the small tests, and the larger doors open without your pushing. There is a foundation being laid in you right now, below the surface where no one applauds. Builders spend long months on ground no passerby admires, digging down before anything rises up. To the hurried eye, it looks like nothing is happening, but every stone set in that unseen ground decides how high the walls can safely climb later. I am building deep in you because I intend to build high. Do not resent the season underground. Towers rushed onto shallow footings fall in the first hard wind, and I have never once built you to fall. Remember the desert road. My people walked it between the chains they left and the promise they entered, and the walking itself did the work the promise required. In the desert they learned my daily bread, my pillar of fire, my faithfulness at dawn after dawn. If your current stretch feels dry, it is not because you are lost. It is because some things are only learned where the distractions die away. You are closer to the far edge of this desert than you think. Do not sit down in the sand now. The seasons themselves preach this if you will hear them. No winter has ever held the ground past its appointed hour. The tree that stands bare in the cold is not dead, it is scheduled. Sap rises on a calendar no frost can veto, and the same branch that looked finished breaks into blossom overnight. Your life keeps this same covenant with me. What has gone quiet in you has not been canceled. It has been dated, and when its hour strikes, no delay of the past will be strong enough to hold it back a single day longer. And through all of it, keep this truth near. You are not being pushed through your life by chance. You are being led through it on purpose. A push comes from behind and does not care where you land. A leading walks ahead of you and prepares where you will stand. I go before you. I level the uneven places. I break through gates of bronze when they bar your road. Follow. and you will find every place I promised already holds your name. Feel what is happening inside you as these words settle. A calm is taking root, a calm that does not depend on your circumstances behaving themselves. It comes from knowing you are aligned, knowing you are aware, knowing you are heard. This calm was not there in the same way before. It has been building through every moment you chose to stay and listen. It will become your foundation, the ground you return to whenever the days turn uncertain. When you stand on that ground, you are not easily shaken. You're not the same as you were when my voice first reached you today. Something has shifted, and it cannot be quietly undone. You are seeing more clearly. You are weighing things more carefully. You are answering life more intentionally. This is growth, even though it made no sound. The deepest changes rarely announce themselves. They simply begin, and everything after them is different. Handle your moments of uncertainty in this new way from now on. You used to flee them, rushing into any decision that promised relief from the discomfort of not knowing. Now you know better. Uncertainty is not an enemy to outrun. It is a room to stand still in until I turn on the light. When you pause inside it instead of bolting, you see what the hurried never see. Trust the pause. It has become one of the safest places you own. You're learning that not everything deserves your response. Some things are meant to pass by like weather, requiring nothing from you but patience. Others are assignments that will wait for their proper hour. This discernment is settling into you, teaching you where your strength belongs and where it would only be spilled. When you stop answering everything, you finally have enough left to answer what matters. That is not indifference. That is aim. Alertness will matter in the days just ahead, so keep your lamp trimmed. The trouble I warned you about at the beginning has not changed its plans, but you have changed your readiness, and readiness is what decides the outcome. What would have found you distracted will now find you standing. What would have entered unnoticed will now be seen at the gate. This is what these moments together have built. Not fear, preparedness. And preparedness wearing peace is the strongest posture a soul can hold. Carry the ones you love into this same covering. Speak my name over them in the quiet. Ask my hedge around their comings and goings. You cannot stand beside them in every moment, but I can, and I do not sleep. Job rose early and prayed over his household continually, and heaven marked it. Your prayers for your loved ones are not scattering into empty air. They are standing orders in my kingdom, and they outlast the day you prayed them. Let that assurance rest over your household tonight, and let it hold there long after this hour has passed. Hold fast to what has been placed in you today. The warning that turned you, the pause that guards you, the discernment that filters what reaches your heart, the boundaries that keep your garden whole, the quiet that lets you hear me. These are not scattered lessons. They are one armor, fitted to you piece by piece in this single hour. Wear all of it. The soldier who leaves one strap loose invites the arrow to the gap. And when the tested moment comes, and it will come, remember how this felt. Remember the steadiness in you right now. You will not need to summon courage from nowhere, because courage is simply the memory of my faithfulness applied to the present hour. Look back at every road I have already brought you through. Not one promise I made has fallen to the ground. The record is your armor too. Walk forward then, but walk awake. Move through your days with your ear tuned to the low whisper underneath the noise. Question the urgent. Honor the quiet signal. Keep short accounts with me, speaking often, hiding nothing. A soul in constant conversation with heaven is nearly impossible to ambush. That is the life I am inviting you into. Not a single rescued moment, but a guarded and guided way of living. Do not fear the future you cannot see. I am already present in it. The way light is already at the end of a tunnel while you are still inside the dark of it. Every day you are walking toward provisions I have stationed, people I have appointed, and places prepared before you asked. The road between here and there holds nothing that you and I together cannot pass, and you will never again walk any part of it without me. Let your heart be still now. The urgency that opened this word has done its work. You stayed, you listened, you received. The danger that required this warning now requires your obedience, nothing more. Take the pause, test the door, guard the gate. Release what I named, trust what I promised. Do these, and you will look back on this day as the day the direction of things quietly changed. I am with you when the morning comes, and the day demands more than you think you have. I am with you at midday when the noise is loudest and the choices crowd in. I am with you at night when the questions circle and the house goes quiet. There's no hour of yours that I am absent from, no step of yours that I have not gone ahead of. This is not a promise for the strong, it is a promise for the willing. And you, by staying to the end of this word, have shown me your willingness. So go now into what remains of this day, covered and not exposed, led and not driven, awake and not wandering. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, thin and temporary, but as I give, deep and abiding and stronger than whatever tried to reach you this season. You were warned because you are loved. You are loved because you are mine. And what is mine, I keep. Say, yes, Lord, I am ready to walk forward if you receive this word into your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Whatever you were about to do next, let it fall away. Before the sun rose this morning, something shifted concerning you, and I will not let this day pass without you knowing it. I am the Lord your God, and I have interrupted your wandering on purpose. This word is not for the crowd. It is for you alone. You did not stumble into this moment. I drew you here. You have been searching, questioning, crying out in silence, and I heard every word of it. So be still now. Listen closely, because I am about to answer questions you stopped asking out loud a long time ago. I saw you. I need you to understand what I mean when I say that. I saw you sitting alone before facing the day, needing a few more minutes to put on the face that says, everything is fine. I saw the quiet arithmetic you keep doing over what you owe, moving one payment behind another, running numbers that refuse to add up no matter how many times you try. I saw you lying awake in the dark hours, going over what you have again and again, as if the answer might change if you counted one more time. I saw you smile among others while worry twisted inside you. I heard you say the words, I am fine, while something in you was pleading to be heard. And still you kept showing up. You kept trying. You kept believing a breakthrough was coming, even when every door slammed shut in your face. I heard the midnight prayers that felt like they struck the ceiling and fell back on you. I heard the ones you never finished because you were too tired to find the words. Not one of them was lost. Every whisper rose before me like incense. You were never speaking into an empty room. The exhaustion you have been carrying is not who you are. The sadness that keeps trying to settle into your bones does not belong to you. It came from outside of you, and it has been pressing on you for so long that you began to mistake it for your own nature. Hear me clearly. That weight was never yours, and today I am naming it so you can stop blaming yourself for it. You opened the scriptures hoping for an answer, and the words felt distant and cold. You are not the first of mine to know that silence. Many have cried out from caves and prison floors and dry wilderness places, and they too wondered if I had turned away. I had not turned from them. I have not turned from you. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, and not a year ago. A year ago, you would have taken it as a kind thought and let it go. Now you are worn enough to be honest and hungry enough to hold on. That honesty is not weakness. It is the open door through which I am about to speak. So do not treat these words lightly, for they carry weight you cannot yet measure. If you turn away now, you will walk past the very confirmation you asked me for, the sign you longed to see, the answer you begged me to release. Stay and let me finish what I have started saying to you. I know the battles you have fought that no one else has seen. I know the mornings you forced yourself to stand when your heart felt too weak to keep going. You have been holding on by a thread at times, whispering prayers you feared were too small for heaven to hear. No prayer of yours has ever been too small. I bend low to hear the faintest ones first. My child, I also know what you have been telling yourself in secret, that you are behind, that everyone else is moving forward while you stay stuck in the same place, that maybe you are the reason nothing works. I am telling you now, those words are not mine, and I have never once spoken them over you. What I speak over you sounds different. I say that you are mine. I say that your name is engraved on the palms of my hands, and no delay, no debt, no closed door has ever loosened my grip on you. I say that the long silence you endured was never absence. I was nearer in the silence than you have ever dared to believe. You asked me if your effort was worth anything. You asked if your patience would ever bear fruit. You asked, sometimes in anger, why the road had to be this long. I did not despise a single one of those questions. I gathered them, and I have been holding your answer until this exact moment, when you were finally able to receive it without it crushing you. Something has broken open concerning you. A long chapter is closing, and I have chosen to tell you myself rather than let you discover it slowly. What held you is losing its hold. What blocked you is being moved aside. I am not describing a feeling. I am describing a decision that has already been made in my presence. In the days ahead, you will remember this moment. You will remember that you almost passed it by, and that something made you stay. That something was me. I stopped you here because I have a word to place in your hands, and I intend to finish speaking it over you before this hour ends. So take a breath. Loosen the grip you have been keeping on your own worry. You do not need to hold yourself together while I am speaking, because I am holding you. Let every other voice grow quiet. There is only you and me now, and I have waited a long time for your full attention. Say amen out loud if your heart knows this word is for you. Now let me show you what you have been walking through, because you deserve to understand it. The heaviness of these past years was not bad luck. It was not weakness in you. There has been a long and deliberate opposition arranged against your life, and it worked in the dark precisely so you would blame yourself for its damage. It pressed against your provision. Money that should have reached you was delayed. Expenses appeared at the worst possible moments. The math never worked, and you thought you were failing, when in truth you were under siege. It pressed against your rest. You were pulled from sleep in the smallest hours, and worry was waiting there like an ambush. It knew your weakest hour. It knew which fears to replay in the dark, and it played them over and over until morning. It pressed against your closest bonds. Misunderstandings were stirred where there should have been peace. Distance crept in between you and people you love. You felt alone in rooms full of voices, and you thought something was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. You were being isolated on purpose because you are far less easily defeated when you are not alone. And it pressed against your prayers. Every time you reached for me, a whisper told you the reaching was useless. Every time hope began to rise, a fresh trouble arrived to knock it down. This was not your imagination. You were opposed by something that studied you and feared what you would become. Hear what I am telling you, and let it lift years of false guilt off your shoulders. You were not lazy. You were not cursed by your own failures. You were a target precisely because of what I have placed inside you. The enemy does not lay siege to an empty storehouse. But I want you to understand something greater. All that time, the opposition could only go so far and no further. It pressed you, but it could not crush you. It delayed you, but it could not erase you. There was a boundary drawn around your life that it could never cross, and I was the one who drew it. And now hear the word I stopped you to deliver. The permission that opposition relied upon has ended. Its season is over. In my presence a ruling has been made concerning you, and no power beneath heaven can appeal it. The siege against your provision is broken. The ambush against your rest is disbanded. The wedge driven between you and those you love is being pulled out. I do not send messengers for a matter this close to my heart. I myself have gone ahead of you. I am unlocking what was sealed. I am releasing what was held. I am straightening the road that was made crooked, and I am doing it now, while my voice is still in your ears. Declare, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. You may ask why the opposition was allowed at all. It is a fair question, and I will not shame you for asking it. Understand this much for now. What came against you intended your ruin, but I bent every one of its schemes into your training. It meant to break your faith. Instead, your faith grew roots that storms can no longer reach. Think of what you can carry now that would have flattened you years ago. Think of the bad news you can hear without collapsing. Think of how quickly you return to prayer after a blow that once would have kept you away for months. That steadiness was forged in you during the very years you thought were wasted. Nothing about you was wasted. The one who opposed you understood something you are only now beginning to see. You are dangerous to the darkness. A person who keeps believing after years of resistance is a person who cannot be stopped by ordinary trouble. That is why the pressure on you was never ordinary. It was a measure of your worth, not a measure of your failure. So from this day, refuse the old explanation. When you remember the years of struggle, you will no longer say, "That was the proof that God forgot me." You will say, "That was the siege, and the siege is broken." Words matter, my child. Speak of your past the way I speak of it, and the past will lose its power to poison your future. I want you to notice something else in the days ahead. Burdens you carried for years will begin to feel strangely lighter, and you will wonder if you are imagining it. You are not imagining it. When a siege lifts, the air itself changes. Decisions that once paralyzed you will become simple. Tasks you avoided for months will take an afternoon. Do not credit coincidence for any of it. Coincidence did not endure the dark years with you, and coincidence is not delivering you now. I am. Give me what belongs to me, which is your trust, and I will keep showing you my hand until you can no longer doubt it. There will still be echoes of the old pressure, a bill, a harsh word, a heavy morning. Echoes are not the siege returning. They are the sound of something defeated growing fainter as it leaves. Treat them that way. Do not rebuild your fear around every echo, or you will imprison yourself in a war that has already ended. Instead, when trouble taps on your door, answer it with the ruling I have declared. Say, the permission has ended. Say, my God has gone ahead of me. Say it, even if your voice shakes, because heaven does not measure the steadiness of your voice. It measures the direction of your trust. You have spent years learning what it is to stand under pressure. Now you will learn what it is to walk without it. That will take some getting used to, and I will be patient with you while you learn. But learn it you will, because the next season of your life does not resemble the last one. I have seen to that myself. My child, hear me clearly now, because I am about to say something I have been waiting years to say to you. You finally did it. You reached the place I always knew you would reach. You pushed through storms that were designed to break you, and you did not quit, even when everything around you shouted that quitting was reasonable. You held on when others walked away. You kept moving when your strength was gone and you were running on nothing but stubborn hope. You stood in the fire, and though it burned, you walked out, carrying something the fire could not touch. This moment is not an accident. It is the fruit of your endurance, and I, your God, am proud of you. You thought I was punishing you. I was not. Every trial was shaping something in you that ease could never have built. Every closed door was my hand between you and harm you could not see. I was never against you. I was always for you, even on the days you cursed the road I had you walking. I saw you fight silent battles no one else even noticed. You thought no one cared. I cared. You thought no one was listening. I was listening. In the moments you felt most alone, my presence filled that room, whether you sensed it or not. Now, before I speak of what comes next, I have an instruction for you, and I ask you to receive it with an open heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me take you back down the road you have walked, so you can see that I was there at every step. You have carried pain you never asked to carry. You have felt the sting of betrayal from people you trusted with your whole heart. In those moments you wondered if I had turned away. I never turned away. I stood guard over you in the shadows, even when you thought heaven had gone quiet. The people who left you did not all leave by accident. Some of them had to go, no matter how much it hurt, because their presence in your future would have poisoned what I am preparing for you. You could not see that then. You saw only the empty chair and the unanswered message. But I saw 10 years down the road, and I loved you too much to leave certain doors open. I know the wounds they're leaving left behind. I saw you question your worth because of it. I saw you blame yourself for endings that were never your fault. Hear me now. Their departure was not a verdict on your value. Sometimes I remove people the way a builder removes scaffolding, because the true structure is ready to stand. And the doors that slammed shut, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers at the last moment, the plans that crumbled after you had worked so hard to build them. You asked me why everyone else seemed to move forward while you stood still. My child, those refusals were not rejection. If I had opened certain doors when you begged for them, What waited behind them would have wounded you, not blessed you. There is a timing to every release, and I do not explain it in advance because trust that demands full explanation is not trust at all. But I will tell you this. Not one of those delays was carelessness. Each one was measured. Each one had a purpose you will one day see plainly. And when you see it, you will thank me for every door I refuse to open. You also wrestled with doubt, and I want to speak to that directly. You asked God, are you even real? Do you still hear me? Have you forgotten me? I never condemned you for those questions. I saw the weight you carried when you asked them, and I stayed closer to you in those hours than you ever realized. Doubt asked in the dark is still a form of reaching for me. The one who has truly given up does not bother to ask anything at all. You kept asking. That means the thread between us never broke, no matter how thin it felt. I have held my end of that thread through everything, and I am holding it now. Do you remember the nights you sat in the dark and whispered words you thought no one would ever hear? I heard them. You thought you were speaking into emptiness, but those whispers reached my throne before they finished leaving your lips. Even when you said nothing at all, when you only sat in silence because the words had run out, I knew what your heart was asking. I answered some of those silent prayers years ago, in ways you have not yet traced back to me. So let this settle into your soul. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. You were never unloved. Everything you endured has carried you to this exact moment, and this moment is not the end of your story. It is the hinge on which your story turns. I am not honoring you today because you were perfect. You were not, and I have never once required that of you. I am honoring you because you stayed. Because when leaving was easier, you remained. Because when despair made its best argument, you went to sleep, woke up, and tried again. Heaven does not overlook that kind of courage. I certainly have not. There is one more weight I must lift from you before we go forward, and that is the shame you have been carrying in secret. The quiet thought that says, maybe I am the reason nothing works out. Maybe I am the failure. I am telling you today with all the authority of heaven, you are not a failure. You are a fighter who was handed a heavier load than most, and you carried it further than most ever could. Where you saw weakness, I saw someone who kept standing. Where you saw falling apart, I saw someone holding together a life under pressure that would have flattened others. Where you saw yourself overlooked, I saw a servant I was guarding for an appointed hour. You have been telling your own story in the enemy's words. Today, I am giving you mine. Do you remember the times you smiled in front of everyone, then came home and collapsed, your soul aching with questions you could not put into words? I was there in that room, when you laid your head down and whispered, God, just give me one reason to keep going. I became the reason. Every morning you woke up after a night you thought you would not survive. That was my hand lifting you. Now listen carefully, for I am declaring something new over your life. The waiting season you have carried for so long has come to an end. The long cycle of not yet and maybe later has finished. I say it with all authority. The chapter is closed. You have crossed over. I am the one who opens doors no man can shut. And I tell you today, I have opened such a door for you. It was not built by human hands, and no power on earth can pull it closed. It is not luck. It is not coincidence. I carved this door into your story long ago, and now I have swung it wide, and I am inviting you to walk through it. For every door that slammed in your face, for every chance that was stolen by delay, I now set before you an entrance that cannot be taken away. You do not need to force it. You do not need to beg at it. It is already unlocked. Your part is only to rise and step through it with boldness. And hear this, because it matters to you more than you admit. Your victory will not be hidden this time. For years your triumphs were quiet, known only to you and to me. Now I will make your turning visible. Those who doubted you will see it. Those who questioned your faith will see it. Those who decided you would never rise will stand as witnesses to what my hand has done in you. Do you remember whispering to yourself, "When will it be my turn?" My child, this is your turn. This is your moment. The door I have opened is not small and it is not fragile. What flows through it will not be a brief relief that fades by winter. It is a lasting change in the direction of your life. I am restoring years that felt stolen from you. I am multiplying what was broken down to almost nothing, and I am doing it in such a way that when it unfolds, no honest observer will be able to explain it apart from me. That is deliberate. Your life is about to become an argument that I keep my word. You sowed in sorrow, season after season, with no harvest in sight. Now you will reap in joy. You endured the silence. Now you will hear celebration where there was mourning. You stood in faith when there was no evidence on the table. Now I will set evidence before you until your hands lift on their own in awe. What I do in this season will also silence the old lies. Every voice that said you were forgotten will be answered, not by your arguing, but by the plain sight of my faithfulness resting on your life. You will not need to defend yourself. Your circumstances will speak, and they will speak clearly. So step forward. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Do not let fear grab your ankle at the last moment and whisper that this is all too good, that words like these are for other people. You have been strengthened for this exact door. You are not too late. You are not unworthy. This is not a trick, and it is not a test. It is my promise arriving. I know that after years of disappointment, hope itself can feel dangerous. You learned to keep your expectations low so that life could not hurt you again. That habit protected you once. It cannot come with you through this door. On the other side, you will need the courage to expect good things again, and I will teach it back to you gently, one fulfilled promise at a time. Start small if you must. Expect me in one thing this week. Place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. When I answer, mark it. Let that answer become a stone of remembrance and build on it. This is how a heart that was taught to brace itself learns instead to stand up straight. And when you walk through this door, do not look back over your shoulder as if the old season might chase you down and reclaim you. It cannot. A closed chapter has no authority over an open one. I have placed the ending myself, and what I end stays ended. And do not wait until you feel worthy to begin walking. Worthiness was never the price of entry. I opened this door because of who I am and because of what I have decided concerning you. Your feelings will catch up to the truth in time. Until they do, let the truth lead and let the feelings follow behind. Lift your head, my child. Straighten your back. You have spent enough years walking with your eyes on the ground, braced for the next blow. The next steps you take will be different, because the ground itself has changed. You are not walking toward the promise anymore. You are walking in it. Now let me show you what I am placing in your hands, so you will recognize each blessing as it arrives, and know exactly where it came from. These are not small things. They are not passing kindnesses. They are lasting portions. and I have set 5 of them aside with your name on each one. First, I am giving you peace, not the fragile calm the world offers, the kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. My peace, the kind that stands guard over your mind like a soldier at a gate. You once lay awake dreading tomorrow. Now when your head touches the pillow, my peace will meet you there, and rest will stop being a battle. Where confusion ruled, clarity will guide you. Where fear whispered, courage will answer. This peace does not depend on your circumstances improving first. It arrives before the circumstances change, which is how you will know it is mine. The world's calm follows good news. My peace walks ahead of it. Second, I am bringing provision. The days of counting what you have and finding it lacking are closing. I fed my people with bread from the sky in a wilderness where nothing grew. I took a few loaves and small fish and fed thousands with baskets left over. I have not changed. What is in your hands right now looks small to you. Place it in mine and see what I make of it. Do not fear lack anymore. Fear of lack is a habit from the siege years, and the siege is over. I will supply what you need, and beyond that, I will surprise you. Provision will arrive from directions you never mapped, through hands you never expected, at moments so precise that you will laugh at the timing. That laugh will be worship, and I will receive it gladly. Third, restoration. What was lost, what was torn, what was broken while you were too tired to defend it, I am restoring. Joy will move back into the rooms where sorrow lived. Bonds that were wounded will be healed, some of them so completely that the wound itself becomes a place of unusual strength. Nothing is too broken for me to rebuild. Nothing has drifted so far that I cannot return it. Even the years themselves I will redeem. You have grieved the time you think you lost, the seasons that seem to produce nothing. But I waste nothing, not even the barren stretches. A field left fallow is not a dead field. It is a field gathering richness for a harvest the constantly worked ground could never yield. You are about to harvest from years you had written off. Fourth, healing. For your body, worn down by carrying tension it was never meant to hold. For your mind, tired of running the same anxious circles. For your heart, still tender in places you do not let anyone touch. I am the one who binds up the broken-hearted, and I am attending to you personally, not sending the work to another. Where sickness drained your strength, renewal is coming. Where grief pressed you down, I am lifting. You will notice it in small ways first. A morning without the familiar dread. A memory that surfaces without the old sting. Breath that comes easier. Do not dismiss those small mercies. They are the first drops before rain. Fifth, joy. Real joy. Not the thin kind that evaporates when trouble returns. This joy is rooted in my love which does not move. So it will hold in every weather. You will laugh again without checking over your shoulder. You will find yourself singing at odd moments and wonder where the song came from. It came from me. It was always yours. It is simply coming home. Speak the words, I receive it, if your hands are open today. Understand, my child, why this outpouring comes now. Your perseverance positioned you for it. Many gave up in the middle of the road. You did not. Many turned back when the way grew dark. You pressed on. Because you stayed, because you endured, because you kept rising, you are standing exactly where the rain is about to fall. The miracle you thought was delayed was never sitting idle. It was a seed beneath the soil the whole time. While you saw nothing but bare ground, Roots were spreading deep and a foundation was forming in secret. What you prayed for in hiddenness is now breaking the surface, and what breaks the surface after that kind of rooting does not wither easily. And these 5 portions are not for a moment. They are the opening of a new chapter, not a brief festival before the old life resumes. You will walk in peace daily. You will live in provision without the old dread. You will carry restoration and healing that others can feel when they stand near you. You will overflow with a joy that cannot be explained by your circumstances. That overflow has a purpose beyond you. Others will notice the change and ask, "How did you make it through? How are you standing? What happened to you?" And you will point to me. Your life will become a doorway through which weary people find their way back to hope. I am blessing you in a manner designed to spill over, because that is how my kingdom moves through the earth. You will be a bearer of peace to the troubled, a voice of courage to the ones about to quit, living proof to the hurting that I still heal, still restore, still lift up those who refuse to let go of me. This is part of why you were allowed to walk so hard a road. No one learns to carry water for others in a land where it has never been scarce. So lift your hands and receive all 5 portions without apology. You do not need to earn them now. The staying was the sowing, and this is the harvest. I, the Lord your God, am faithful, and I keep every promise I make. This is your season of blessing. Take it from my hand. Now that I have opened the door and named the blessings, I must also prepare you, because every new season carries both promise and danger. What I am placing in your hands is powerful, and powerful things must be guarded. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because a shepherd who sees the wolf and says nothing loves no one. Be careful first of pride. When the change in your life becomes visible, when people begin to notice and ask questions, a quiet voice will suggest, "You did this yourself." Your grit, your cleverness, your endurance. There is a grain of truth in it, which is what makes it dangerous. Yes, you endured, but it was my strength that held you together when yours ran out, and my hand that opened what no effort of yours could unlock. Remember the source, and the blessing keeps its sweetness. Forget the source, and the same blessing turns heavy and hollow in your hands. Stay low in your own eyes, and I will keep lifting you higher. That is not a threat. It is simply how weight is carried safely. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree can stand without breaking. Be careful next of fear. When I bless you, the whisper will change its approach. It will stop saying, "This will never happen," and start saying, "This will never last." What if it is taken away? What if you were never meant to have it? Fear always aims at the newest thing I have given, because new things have not yet grown their defenses. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. I have given you power and love and a sound mind. So when the what-ifs rise, do not negotiate with them. Answer them out loud with what I have said. What my hand gives, no thief can carry off. Fear will shrink a blessing if you feed it. Faith will enlarge the same blessing if you feed that instead. You choose the table. Guard also your tongue, and hear me carefully here, because few understand this. Not everything I give you is meant to be announced right away. Some blessings must stay hidden for a season, like a root taking hold, so they can grow strong before they are exposed to other eyes. Announced too soon, they draw envy, doubt, and interference before they can stand on their own. Remember Joseph. He told his dream to his brothers before its time, and the telling stirred a hatred that cost him years in a pit and a prison. I still kept every word of that dream, but the road there was made harder by an early announcement. Not everyone at your table can celebrate your rising. Some will misunderstand it. A few will quietly work against it. So keep certain things between you and me until I show you the moment to speak. This is not dishonesty. It is stewardship. Silence, rightly used, is a shield around a young harvest. When the blessing is strong enough to stand in the open, I myself will give you the words and the moment, and then no tongue will be able to talk it down. Stay close to me in prayer, closer than ever. Here is a trap that catches many in seasons of increase. The busyness of the blessing slowly crowds out the presence of the one who gave it. The struggling soul prays daily out of need. The blessed soul can drift for weeks without noticing. Do not let what I give you become the very thing that pulls you from me. Prayer keeps your spirit sharp and your heart in line with mine. When you pray, you return to the source and drink. When prayer fades, other voices grow louder, and you begin to take direction from your worries again. Come to me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Come at night before sleep takes you. Even a few honest words keep the road between us worn smooth. Remain in gratitude as well. It is a strange weakness of the human heart that it can pray for something for 10 years, receive it, and within a season treat it as ordinary. Do not let familiarity steal the wonder of what I am doing. Thank me for the small things as quickly as the great ones. A grateful heart never runs dry because gratitude keeps the gate open through which more arrives. And above all, stay in faith. There will still be days of testing in this new season. Not the old siege, but the ordinary weather of a living faith. On those days, doubt will offer its old argument one more time. Let your answer be settled in advance. Faith is your anchor now, the same faith that carried you through the years of waiting. It did not retire when the waiting ended. It simply changed assignments. Faith is not seeing everything clearly. It is trusting the one who does. When you cannot trace my hand, trust my heart. When you do not understand my timing, remember its record. It has never once failed you, even in the years when you were certain it had. You have the proof of that now. Carry the proof with you into every dark day ahead, and no dark day will keep you. I entrust more to you now than you have ever carried, and with more comes greater keeping. Guard your heart, guard your words, guard the quiet place where you and I meet. Not everyone around you will understand the season you are in, and you are not required to make them understand. Let your life do the explaining in due time. Treasure what I place in your hands. Water it with prayer. Surround it with gratitude. Shield it with humility, and grow it with faith. Do this, and the blessing will not only remain, it will multiply until it overflows the borders of your own life and runs into the lives of everyone I send near you. That overflow is my plan, and I am not hiding it from you. You are blessed in order to become a blessing, and I have chosen you for both. One more preparation, and then I will speak of the surprise I have been saving for the end. In the days just ahead, do not be startled if resistance flares one last time. A defeated enemy rarely leaves quietly. There may be a sudden quarrel over something small, an unexpected expense, a wave of heaviness or doubt that seems to arrive from nowhere. This is not the siege returning. This is the noise of a retreat. When it comes, do not panic and do not despair. Recognize it, name it, and answer it out loud. Say, I know what this is, and it has no claim on me anymore. The permission has ended, and my God walks ahead of me. Then continue on your way. Opposition that is answered calmly loses its power twice as fast, because its only real weapon was your fear. Now, my child, let me set two roads before you. because what you do with this word will decide which one you travel. On the first road you let this hour fade. You are stirred today, but by tomorrow the old voice returns, whispering that words like these are for other people, and you agree with it out of habit. Months from now you are still circling the same worries, still braced for the next blow, wondering why nothing shifted. On the second road you take me at my word. You rise tomorrow and speak of your past the way I have spoken of it tonight. You place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. You guard the blessing. Stay near me in prayer and step through the door I have opened without looking over your shoulder. On that road, months from now, your own life has become the evidence, and the people around you are asking what changed. The two roads are real, and the choosing is happening now, not someday. Choose the second road, not because I demand it coldly, but because everything in me longs to see you walk it, and everything I have prepared is waiting along its way. And now, the surprise. It is not a possession, though provision is coming. It is not a single answered request, though answers are already in motion. The surprise is this: you were never forgotten. Not for 1 hour of one day of all those years. Every prayer you thought had gone unanswered was being kept, the way a faithful steward keeps an inheritance until the heir comes of age. The nights you felt abandoned, I was in the room. The delays that broke your heart were my hand holding back what would have harmed you. The doors that closed were my mercy wearing a disguise you could not recognize at the time. You believed you were fighting alone, and the whole time heaven was arranged around you like an army you could not see. Even when my silence felt like absence, it was nearer to a held breath. There is a kind of quiet that comes before a great unveiling, when everything is prepared, and the only thing remaining is the right moment. You have been living inside that quiet. It was never emptiness. It was the stillness of a table already set, waiting for you to be brought to it. The breakthrough you begged for was not withheld out of reluctance. It was held in trust until you stood where receiving it would establish you instead of scattering you. Not perfect, for I never required perfection. Positioned, ready in the way that matters. And here you are, and here it is. And this meeting of the two is what I have been arranging all along. So receive it. Stop analyzing whether a word this kind could truly be for you. Stop demanding one more proof before you let yourself hope. Open your hands. Open your heart. Receive the turning that is already in motion, the ruling already declared, the door already open, the 5 portions already set aside with your name on them. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened. And know this as you go: you will not walk into the new season alone. I did not carry you through the fire only to release you at the edge of the garden. As I was with you in the trial, I will be with you in the blessing. Closer, in fact, because you now know my voice in a way that only the long road could teach you. You once worried about what tomorrow would bring. Let that worry retire now. I hold tomorrow already. Every path you will walk, I have walked ahead of you. Every trouble you will meet, I have already overcome. What look like open questions to you are settled answers in my plan. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and nothing about your life is uncertain to me. Your story will not end in silence or in shame. I promise you that. The battles you thought would bury you will become the proof of my faithfulness, told in your own voice. The scars you carry will speak louder than arguments ever could, telling everyone who hurts that I heal, that I restore, that I lift up those who hold on to me. People will wonder how you are still standing, and standing with joy. And you will say, "It was the Lord, It was always the Lord. That is why you were chosen for this road, not as punishment, as trust. I needed a life that could carry this testimony without breaking under it, and I found that life in you. What you endured privately will now speak publicly, and many who are ready to give up will keep going because they heard what I did for you. So go now into what I have prepared, and go unafraid. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who has heard from heaven. When the old thoughts knock, let the new word answer. When the door stands before you, walk through it without apology, because the one who opened it is walking through it with you. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, fragile and passing, but mine, deep and unmoved. Carry it into your home. Carry it into your work. Carry it into every room that once knew your worry, and let it change the air of your whole life. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I loved you through the years you felt unlovable, and I will love you through every year that remains and beyond them all. Nothing you did made me begin, and nothing you could do would make me stop. This is the ground you stand on now. It does not shake. The waiting is over. The door is open. The blessing is released, and I myself go with you. Rise, my child, and walk into it. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you believe this word belongs to your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.